There are times when I wish I could turn back, change the answer that I gave you that day. There are days when I wish I could tell you that I want you and I wish you were here.
How's everybody doing? This is Mentally Illest Radio. We're doing a special emergency broadcast. This doesn't fit into any of our regular scheduled programming. This recording exists because yesterday I was sharing an article with my brother. I was just reading it out loud to him, and he kept asking questions, and then we just realized, oh, this is very important stuff, right? And also, I'm very familiar with this article. I was presenting it to him, and he's new to it, so we thought it'd be a perfect moment to record this as a discussion while I'm reading through the article and sort of presenting it to Jared. So we're just actually going to start over from the very beginning. Let's enjoy some music and then get started, guys. Thanks for listening.
December's left behind a year of many changes. My heart's been empty now for too long a time. And I miss you Sunday morning, winter nights when it's bitter cold, and those times when I just want someone to hold me close. There are times when I wish I could turn back, change the answer that I gave you that day. There are days when I wish I could tell you that I want you and I wish I had stayed. 'Cause I miss you Sunday morning, winter nights when it's bitter cold, and those times when I just want someone to hold me close. There are times when I wish I could turn back.
All right, so today we're going to be discussing one of my favorite thinkers. Honestly, I don't say that very often, guys. This is a really important guy to me, and I'll actually tell you why, and you'll understand what I mean by that. That this dude is super important to me. I'll demonstrate what I mean by that here. We can find his essays on here. His name is Bernard Apfelbaum. And he was a psychoanalyst based in Berkeley, California in the 70s, or like 60s, 70s on through to when he passed away in 2016. So he had a long career as a psychoanalyst. And we can find his writings on this website here, and these range from sort of geared towards the public, people who have absolutely no experience with psychoanalysis, and then there are hardcore theory papers in here as well. It's a very interesting collection of articles. Now, let me tell you my connection to this, okay? I am the person who made this website. Did you know that, Jared?
No, I didn't.
I made this website. I made this WordPress in the year 2016. Let's go to this About section. See how it says he passed away July 5th, 2016?
Yeah.
It was weird synchronicity, Jared, because I found this gentleman's work in the early summer in like June of 2016, right? Like about a year and a month and a half before he passed away, I found his work, right?
Yeah, that is interesting.
And so he had a website himself. I have an editor's note right here. I'll just read. Editor's note. This weblog is a new online home for the writings of Bernard Apfelbaum, which first appeared on his now offline website. And there's the link. And I read all of his work on that website before he passed away. Now, when he passed away, I learned about it because I just happened to be Googling his name at the time, and I came up with this Facebook post from his son, Peter Apfelbaum, who's a jazz musician, and I'll play some of his music later, guys. But basically, it's just serendipity, synchronicity, coincidence. I don't really believe in coincidence, but I happened upon that Facebook page like the day that his son posted that his father passed away. Now, I quickly realized that his website was going to go offline, and I was really worried about that because these papers were super important to me, and this man was a high fidelity thinker, and literally nobody knows about him. I could go into how I discovered him, but that's a little bit excessive. Let me just say this. Nobody knows about this guy. And so I knew that if I didn't do something, it could be lost forever, or at least the only other way to access his website would be to go on the Wayback Machine. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
And that's a hassle, and who knows how long that'll be around. So anyway, I took all of his writings off his website. I edited them because there were mistakes, like grammatical errors throughout his articles and stuff. I did editing and copy editing on his every single article on this website, so it was a labor of love, and
wow.
So I did that anyway. So
yeah.
I was reading Jared this
cool,
article.
Sam.
Was that a little much?
That's dope actually. Like I didn't know that. I didn't know that like you went through such a hassle to preserve this guy's work.
That's a true story, Jared. Okay, so let me show you guys this article here. Close and accept. I chose this one to show Jared because I wanted to explain some things about Bernard Apfelbaum's like essential insights into psychotherapy and psychoanalysis. So this paper is the one to do it, even though he discusses this like he has an insight that provides a new framework for doing therapy. Is that fair enough to say? Do you understand that?
So this is going to be him presenting a new thesis.
His insight.
His thesis based on
his insight based on his research in Freud.
Well,
on Freud.
Discrediting Freud, right?
But he defends Freud at the same time.
Okay.
He takes the good and leaves the bad, which nobody else does. It's really cool.
Yeah. Can I just just share real quick how I got here?
Go ahead.
So yesterday, me and Sam were disagreeing about whether or not schizophrenia is demonic possession, and
heck yeah,
and Sam was basically saying that he's become disillusioned from psychology, and that he's more likely to believe that the cure for schizophrenia is to go to a saint or holy man. I didn't say
that. You're framing it that way. What I said was that I've never encountered a real empirically, but like in my experience in day-to-day life when I've encountered mentally ill people, my insight to Jared was that I've actually never encountered a mentally ill person that I didn't believe was being spiritually influenced in some way, that there was a spiritual component to their mental illness in some way. And like the DSM and psychology as a field wants you to believe that, you know, there is such a thing as a mental illness that's entirely caused by mental physical factors, right? Okay. See, that's a thesis I basically don't believe anymore. I think every form of mental illness has a spiritual component. But Jared extrapolated that to say that I'm claiming that the only way to treat schizophrenia is to bring them to a holy man or a saint and have the saint pray over them in the name of Jesus to cast out the unclean spirit, right?
Yeah.
And like I stand by that that's an effective thing to do. However, I'm not claiming that's the thing to do in every case. And you keep scoffing at me and bringing up hypotheticals, but my rebuttal to that is that there's no such thing as a hypothetical person, and I'm going off of every single person that I've met in my life that, you know, is mentally ill or suffering from some really heavy mental illness. I've never thought that Jesus wasn't needed in some way. I've always, at least since I've been born again. So yeah, whatever. Take that for what it is. I'm a Jesus freak.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever.
And then I like, yeah, I did scoff, and I was telling him like, you know, that like people used to think that before the modern onset of the science of psychology and this revelation,
it's always
into
demons. She got a demon. Right.
Knowledge into the workings
old
of the
superstitious
psyche.
ways.
Well, the model of the psyche, and then the working of what to do about what he was going to say about the goal of psychoanalysis is to awaken the unconscious mind, or to bring awareness. And then Jung further expanded upon this with the integration of the shadow and all that. So we were talking like very heavily about the position to have when treating this as something that can be treated, to do something about this.
Well, I will say this, Jared. Bernard
Apfelbaum,
Mr. Bernie Appletree, he's not a Christian. He's Jewish, but that doesn't mean he's not a Christian. I'm just saying he seems to me like a very, what's the word? I think they call them Reform Jews. Basically Jews that are secular and don't really believe in God or whatever.
Yeah.
Like a very intellectual Jew.
Okay.
You know? That's him. He's pretty atheistic, actually. So you'll find that he agrees more with you than me on the issue of the spiritual.
Yeah, but the questioning of the very premises that the science of psychology is based on is what this is endeavoring to challenge me on. But I also wanted to add something else. I can't remember right now about. Let me see if I can. I totally forgot.
Well, let's continue and let me
Okay.
just drive this, okay?
Okay.
So, all right. So I started reading this article to Jared, and I believe it would be great if I just read through it. It's a beast, guys. We might have to break this into 2 episodes, but that's why I was so freaking anxious to get started, because I know how long it's going to take. But Jared, would you like me to read through this and then just pop in with questions whenever you want, and we'll try to just address your questions fast, and our goal is to get through the whole article?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, guys, buckle in. Like, seriously, buckle in. All right, let's go. Actually, I'm gonna play a song before we start. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. So here is the stylings of the son of Bernard Apfelbaum. His name is Peter Apfelbaum. And he played a piano song that I believe is the most hardcore I've ever seen anybody shred on the piano.
Okay. We never talked about the smoke break thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is my show, but how about this, Jared? After this, no smoke breaks for me.
Okay.
All right, I promise, and I'm not going to whine about it. Okay, here. All right, we'll be right back in about 5 minutes, guys.
We'd like to play a song that was written by
Are you listening?
Peter Apfelbaum, and it was recorded on the last
Darn it.
record we made, which is called Multiculti, and you are
I got to listen to see if how it's sounding.
You're not gonna put it back to us, or just gonna put it on YouTube?
Apfelbaum and Down Cherry. The name of this group is called Multiculti. Here's one of the songs from our last adventure at a CD and a cassette, because we don't make records anymore and we don't make tapes anymore. We just make CDs and cassettes. This one is called When the Rain Comes.
Uh-huh. So good. So good. So good. Alrighty. Let's read this article. This article is called Analyzing, Not Psychoanalyzing. Let me start over. I don't want to botch the title. Let's start reading this article, guys. This article is called Analyzing, Not Psychoanalyzing by Bernard Apfelbaum, PhD. All right, so I'm going to start reading it for Jared.
First, make sure that there's no audio coming out of the YouTube video you just had open.
I closed that tab.
Okay, cool. Sorry. All right, ready. I'm ready.
All right, let's start over. Let's start reading this article, guys. It's called Analyzing, Not Psychoanalyzing by Bernard Apfelbaum, PhD. I'm going to start now. In what way is ego analysis not psychoanalysis? To begin an answer, we need to ask, what exactly is psychoanalysis? And the answer depends on who you ask and when you ask it. For a recent answer, there is Victoria Hamilton's 1996 report of her interviews with 65 American and British analysts in 4 major cities between 1988 and 1990. She found that the area between their avowed theoretical orientation and actual clinical practice reveals the muddled overlaps and uncomfortable, precarious coexistence of parts of belief systems. She argues for what she calls pluralism, seeing it as a healthy tolerance of differences, as contrasted with the strife that is rife among psychoanalysts of different persuasions, each arguing for the right developmental theory and therapeutic action. Do you want to say anything, Jared?
I'm good so far.
Among these scattered views, Hamilton discerned 2 explanatory models: British object relations and the relational self-psychological model. The popularity of both of these models can be seen as a reaction to the previous model, known by many as drive theory or classical psychoanalysis, although it will put this conceptual map in sharper relief to call it the conflict model. So
Apfelbaum calls Freud's
classical
model,
but which he revised. We didn't get to that part, but yeah.
Okay.
All right, so he calls that the conflict model. The drive model is the conflict model.
I've never heard that term before, model.
Oh, drive theory. It's actually drive theory.
Can we look that up real quick?
Why not? But we can't be sidetracked too much. Here, drive theory is a psychological concept explaining that internal drives or needs like hunger and thirst create tension and motivates an individual to act to reduce the tension and restore balance, a state called homeostasis.
With primary drives being innate and the secondary drives being learned through association. After example, feeling hunger drive leads to eating, which reduces the hunger and the associated tension. So this is I don't know if you're gonna get to this in the article, but we did a lot of preamble last time. We went over this part. One thing that is a premises of Freudian psychoanalysis is that he believes that anxiety is caused.
We should just get to it.
Okay.
I think it'd be better if we just got to it in the article.
Okay. All right. Fine.
But I appreciate where you're going with this. But let's just say for now that what do you think about drive theory? Just how it's presented there.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I would say the idea of a homeostasis and the whole concept of therapy, or the whole concept of the reduction of tension, the reduction of tension to return to homeostasis is the whole point of like, what do we do with this information? Like, if the Freudian model is accurate, it's basically like addressing
a cart before the horse here.
It's addressing hunger the way that you would address anxiety.
Let's read the article. So I hear you. Let's read.
I didn't say that right.
You're gonna get to talk about this all the time in this fucking article. So let's just read it. Let's give the audience more context, okay? Conflict model. Okay. Following Freud's usage, it became customary to speak of the negative therapeutic reaction. The term was meant to refer to a crisis resulting from a groundswell of negative reactions to psychoanalytic interpretations. 2 such crises were fateful in the career of psychoanalysis, one well known, the other not yet labeled as such. So he's saying he has a scoop. The first was reported by Freud in the 1920s, for which he coined the term, and the second hit in the 1950s through the 1970s, and is responsible for the decline in popularity of psychoanalysis and intensive therapy. Any questions so far, Jared? I kind of want to blaze through this because of how fucking long it is, but you can ask something if you need to. Yeah.
So a negative, or talking about
he's introducing this thing that happened in the history of psychoanalysis. I love this paper. It's a history. We're reading history right now, and it's intellectual history. This is what Freud reported. I guess it's according to this that by the 20s, Freud became aware of and was addressing and he goes on to say that Freud has integrity to do this because he didn't necessarily have to, but he went on to basically revise his original theory because of so much negative therapeutic reactions occurring in classical psychoanalysis.
Yeah, so like throwing what's the term? What was it? Throwing darts at a brick wall, however it goes. So it was basically like what the way that these early psychiatrists or psychologists.
No. Let's just get. Remember, we gotta read. It's gonna. Why don't we read to that part and then you can elaborate?
Okay. All right.
Because it is gonna explicate that really well right here. All right, let's just, because I know where Jared's going with this.
It's going on to say the first negative therapeutic reaction, and I don't think people. I just wanted to just sum it up real quick.
Sum it
up real quick is that it used to be just insulting people in a room, like
that's what psychoanalysis used to be, was insulting somebody, and then if they felt insulted, then that means you're right, that your insult was correct about them. Or something.
Yeah. This is what I wanted to just briefly explain, so that when we read it in the article.
Go ahead.
Okay, because remember this is how I was being introduced to it. So yeah, like as Sam did this really funny impression of like German dudes, just like, you want to fuck your mother, you want to fuck his mother,
you want to fuck my mother.
You want to fuck my mother.
All right.
You want to fuck everyone's mother all the time.
Yes. Admit it.
And the person's just like,
It's not true. You're a
whore.
You are lying.
You'll always be a whore.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but like
that is kind of like, it's a bullying session.
Yeah, so yeah, it was like bullying, but the purpose, the original hypothesis of this practice was the idea of making.
Right here, why don't I just fucking read it? Okay, go ahead.
No, but just to say it, to say it.
The idea is, okay.
Like just to introduce the thesis before we go deep into it, is that you awaken. You alleviate the tension created when you over suppress. So in order to get to a normal level of suppression of sexual urges or embarrassing animalistic tendencies or thoughts, intrusive thoughts as they're called, and not to over suppress, where it becomes a liability for you if you're brought awareness to it. The idea is to desensitize you to becoming aware of these urges and tendencies, so that you can normal suppress and alleviate the tension and return to a state of homeostasis, so that you will cease being anxious. Because the idea is that, and this is where anxiety comes from. So that's the basic of it. Now let's have the article explain it much better.
Yeah, Jared's demonstrating that he remembers what the article is about. I appreciate that. All right, ready? So the first negative therapeutic reaction. Originally, Freud thought that repressed instinctual drives, such as needs, wishes, especially sexual, are transformed into anxiety, literally poisoning the system, and so repressions have to be lifted, expunging the anxiety they were thought to create. The technique of interpretation was to point out hidden wishes in associations, slips, and dreams. These were so-called naming interpretations, and this was id analysis, the technique of making the unconscious conscious. The analyst was a libidinal detective. Yu Yu Hakusho, libidinal detective. Sturber, reminiscences of a Viennese psychoanalyst. All right, and then, okay, so now it's going to get into one of Freud's case studies. Just so if you're unaware, Freud documented case studies, and then he changed the names, I think, to protect the patient's identity, right? So this person is being called Dora, but it's a real. We are made to believe this is like a real case study. You wanna argue about that? Go right ahead. I actually, who knows, right? But this is what Freud reported as a real case study. So For example, in treating Dora, Freud told her to her embarrassment that running her finger in and out of her little coin purse was the expression of a masturbatory impulse. He was pointing to a sign of repressed and transformed libido. Nowadays, so contrast back then, nowadays, we would no longer think, aha, we caught you. The fact that you are embarrassed means that you, Dora, really do want to masturbate. We would think that her embarrassment simply reveals that she felt scolded by Freud, chided, belittled, put down. Another example, discussed in vignettes, is from a case of Alexander's in which he says that his interpretation called the patient's bluff, whereupon the chastened man left the session with manifest embarrassment, which in those days was the proof that an interpretation had struck home. Fromm provided a similar example in declaring that a patient may respond to an interpretation by saying, nonsense, but then the next day or an hour later that this person has a severe depression because he could not stand this sudden truth. Now, if this whole thing is so repressed, why does he react this way? Something in him has heard it. The patient's anxiety, anger, or guilt was taken as confirmatory. You can picture the analyst at that time thinking just as did Fromm, why else would a person get upset? This is the idea that if you feel guilty, there must be something to feel guilty about. When a patient protested too much, as we say, this proved that he or she had been caught red-handed. The negative therapeutic reaction was a crisis waiting to happen. Id analysis is the version of analysis that the public still has. So the public still thinks this is what psychoanalysis is like old school Freudian bullying psychoanalysis, right? So that's what he's saying. The analyst is thought of as a wise guy who trips you up, who catches you in slips and denials. The id analytic assumption is still alive in the popular mind, that when someone responds by being defensive, anxious, or guilty, this confirms whatever has been said about them. And then he goes on to list some exceptions or people who this therapy doesn't work on. So psychopaths, so-called, could not be treated, nor could anyone else who, on being shown repressed impulses, would be unmoved, would not consciously repudiate them. Although patients were expected to feel terrible in reaction to having repressed wishes exposed, as unearthed in associations, slips, and dreams, some patients felt so bad that Freud came to think of them as beyond the pleasure principle, that is, as masochistic. It was obvious that not everyone could tolerate id analysis, and he had been using trial analyses in 1912 for screening purposes. He revised his criteria for analyzability and proposed that some people are intractably masochistic, that is, are too far beyond the pleasure principle to be analyzable.
Okay, so me and Sam had a very cool dialogue back and forth because I was trying to understand this. We were like kind of processing it,
like trying to understand what he meant by masochistic, right?
And what he meant by why they would be why it wouldn't work on them. It wouldn't work on them because some people who are masochistic...
There's different types of people that this therapy doesn't work on. They're not all in the same bucket. So there's different buckets. So the first one he mentions is psychopaths because they are cold and reptilian inside. They don't really have a feeling, very like human feeling side.
So they're acting anyway, so they wouldn't have authentic...
they're always acting. yeah. Okay, so psychopaths, and then what else? And then it says...
masochists. Right?
Well, I mentioned a bucket he didn't actually mention in here, but I thought of it, which is people who have strong convictions that lead them to not be moved by the analyst just because they are strong in themselves.
Okay, yeah. Mentally strong or super conscious people who
aren't phased.
Aren't phased by like someone who's actually comfortable with their inner, like someone who's not over suppressing, because this is supposed to be designed for people who are over suppressing. It's going to go on later. In the
I suppose
article.
that would be his rebuttal to me, is that person doesn't need therapy. They're not overzealously repressing their impulses, so they don't need therapy.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
but as far as why it doesn't work on a masochist, it's because some people consider it pleasurable to feel pain, so to seek pain as a form of pleasure seeking, it wouldn't be the same kind of reactions when you're trying to point out things like
I think
humiliation
I
and
pushed back
embarrassment.
at that, and I said that beyond the pleasure principle kind of sounds like what he's saying is that that according to Freud, one of the like fundamental drives that's sort of like the drive is the pleasure principle, and like basically that has to be modulated and repressed according to social needs, and like you mature and you become very like sophisticated in how you express your pleasure principle, or
how you seek
how you
pleasure.
feed your pleasure, how you seek it, how you feed it, etc. And that's part of maturing and becoming a what's it called? Well-adjusted member of society. Anyway,
well-adjusted. That's funny.
yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So the pleasure principle. So when he says a masochist is defined definitionally somebody beyond the pleasure principle, I think what he's saying is that they're no longer actually fundamentally driven by this root pleasure seeking motive. Somehow that their psyche has been like damaged or deformed in some way, where now the most fundamental drive is a pain-seeking principle or something.
Well, they're seeking pleasure
Yeah.
and pain. They're still
You're saying
pleasure seeking.
you're saying they're still seeking pleasure. However, he wrote beyond the pleasure principle, so I'm saying that's what I think he meant.
Well, I mean, the whole idea of masochist is to feel pleasure from pain. So, like, that's why I'm saying.
What do you
that.
think he means by beyond the pleasure principle?
It means they're addicted to pain because they view it as a pleasure seeking thing.
All right, can we move on though?
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right. Anyway, that was a good aside. All right, so this would have held the line for the original theory, but Freud eventually was discouraged. He came to believe that the problem was not wholly in the patient, and that the theory was seriously flawed, a considerable accomplishment, since he had not believed that psychoanalysis was in any way lacking or incomplete. Quite the opposite. As Jones, 1957, page 265, puts it, I'm not going to read those references from now on, sorry. As Jones puts it, just a few years earlier, that is in 1915, Freud thought he had a well-rounded account of psychoanalysis and even felt he had completed his life's work. There was not the slightest reason to expect that in another few years, Freud would have produced some revolutionary conceptions which necessarily had the effect of extensively remodeling both the theory and the practice of psychoanalysis. All right, any questions so far? Can I keep going? It's such a long article.
So,
This is a book. We're reading a book right now. I'm sorry.
No, but are you saying that like that the other dude completed his work until completed his thesis until a few years later he
Jones.
added to it.
You're saying Jones right there?
Yeah.
No, Jones is like a biographer of Freud's. So he's just talking about Freud's life. So as Jones put it, so when Jones was describing Freud's life, in a few years earlier in 1915, Freud thought that he had a well-rounded account of psychoanalysis and even felt that he had completed his life's work. By 1915, Freud thought he was done. He thought he had written the book and closed the book on the human psyche by 1915. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, but then the revolutionary.
He revised it because of this negative therapeutic reaction. It was bothering him. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway, continue.
Okay. All right. So yeah, there is not the slightest reason to expect that in another few years Freud would have produced some revolutionary conceptions which never necessarily had the effect of extensively remodeling both the theory and practice of psychoanalysis. Freud's explanation for his revision was that it came out of his experience treating patients who got worse instead of better, who showed the negative therapeutic reaction. Everyone had accepted this explanation, but if you think about it, it minimizes Freud's accomplishment, since in those days, patients were expected to have negative reactions, to get defensive, angry, to protest, to be shocked, argue. Indeed, feeling better was not the objective, or at least not feeling better, or at least not feeling that much better. Neurotic misery was to be replaced by ordinary human unhappiness, Freud famously declared. All right. A familiar way to identify the revised theory is by reference to Freud's reformulation of the relationship between anxiety and repression. He had thought that we come into the world biologically antisocial, and that all of us suffer from the necessity to repress our instinctual makeup. We have antisocial urges, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. This creates ordinary human unhappiness, his tragic view. What causes neurotic anxiety is excessive or overzealous repression.
Which I don't think that's the only thing that causes anxiety,
mm-hmm.
but I think that's some of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think the other part is like like part of you is telling you that there's something you're not doing that you should be doing, and like or telling you that there's something coming that you should be afraid of, like arcane foresight or something.
Mm.
You know, so like those another two, like, you know what I mean? Sometimes you get bad feelings and you should listen to your gut. You know, it could be just anxiety, but it could be also like listen to how you're feeling about what you think is about to happen.
The archetypes are talking to you.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's definitely one reason why there's anxiety is the suppression of
drives
of these drives.
Antisocial drives or whatever. That's what he's saying. So sex and what, like violence and sex maybe is what I'm thinking of right now. But I guess there's all kinds of drives. But
so this is under the assumption that that our unconscious mind, our subconscious, our dream self, or our unconscious self is fundamentally a rapist.
Yeah. I'm going to pause here and just say this. I actually just had a sudden insight and flash. I had a brain blast like Jimmy Neutron just now, and I realized what a distinction in my beliefs from Mr. Bernie Appletree, which I respect greatly enough to have preserved his work, but is that I guess he does still share this at the end of the day with Freud, is that he doesn't believe in sin. So, like, things that are antisocial drives, like, yeah, there's, like, man, like, for some reason, people, like, for some reason, like, we have ideas why, but it's like, yeah, people have, you know, random violent fantasies and impulses throughout the day, and that they just kind of suppress because that's just part of life, right? Or, like, sexual fantasies, all, you know, that people just have to repress because you can't be entertaining that. That's uncouth. That's not exactly convenient to being a person. It's always just entertaining every drive or something. Those impulses
are important voices in telling you what you desire. Okay.
Sure. I'm not arguing with that. Okay. I'm not arguing with that. Let me just finish what I was saying. So let's not assume. Okay. It was this. I believe that, when it's an impulse, it's not a sin. I'm not saying that's a sin. What I'm saying is that Freud and psychoanalysts, they ultimately, at the end of the day, end up sort of excusing sin because they're not willing to say, there are these processes at play that create this behavior, and the person, they're sort of, in some sense, sort of a victim to these processes. They need to be made aware of it so they can have some control over it, right? That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Becoming conscious and then gaining control over yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so and becoming happier, let's say.
But the thing is, I think it's a pretty natural response to, like, I don't know if anybody's ever had taken mushrooms or had a psychedelic experience. or
becoming comfortable with yourself, because
feeling very uncomfortable in your
Yeah.
own skin because you're hyper aware. It can happen
so
also when
loving
you're,
yourself
it
also
can
it
also-
has to do with love.
It can also
yes.
you can also feel this way if you're really sleep deprived as well, where your senses are heightened, but you're also kind of like in a half
Yeah.
like it's your unconscious mind is hyper aware
Right.
of the environment.
Right. And I don't discount these things. I very much value them. However, I take it a step further, and I also take a step back maybe and just look at it with a meta lens of the spiritual reality, like sort of defining the physical and mental reality. So I'm a believer in spiritual principles being at play in a non-temporal sense. Like, it's not a cause and effect in time thing. It's just that, like, these spiritual principles are just eternal, and like because of that, because we exist in that, like, things are just always gonna work according to those principles in some way. It's hard to explain, but it's not causal. And like
What do you mean it's not causal?
in the sense that it doesn't occur in time. It's not temporal, is what I meant.
You're like intrinsic qualities that are not
It's not
reactions.
unfolding. It's not unfolding in like a process way. That's not how spirit
Yeah, so,
realm works.
so not cause and effect.
Well, maybe cause and effect, but not in the temporal sense. That's why I distinguished temporal, time, sequence, process, unfolding. Do you understand that what I'm trying to get at here?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
The spiritual realm is not that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
So
It's beyond time and space. It's beyond time and space.
you
It's
think-
transcendent.
So you think the unconscious mind is tied to this timeless spirit?
Didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
Oh, no. Wait, what did you say?
Do you think that, because we were talking about the unconscious mind, and then you started talking about how spirits
Oh.
are timeless? So I was asking you what the connection.
I didn't say spirits are timeless.
If you think that
I did
they're
not say spirits are timeless. Spirits are different than this, just spirit. Well, okay. Spiritual reality is kind of what I was referring to. Spirits do have beginnings and ends. There's one spirit, the highest spirit, God, that does not have a beginning and end. Whatever. Let's get back into the article. Anyway,
Can you
that
finish?
was. I'm gonna finish my point. Okay,
Yeah.
which is this. It was my disagreement with Mr. Bernie Appletree is that he doesn't believe in sin. I don't think. At least I don't get that impression. So he doesn't really believe in like a actual right and wrong. He has like a utilitarian point of view, which I find lacking. However,
sure.
I still find a lot of value in his work. Okay, that's all I was trying to say. Yeah.
What does the can you please explain how the morality is related to?
Because they're gonna talk about, well, it is related, and I think it's interestingly related, and I want to talk more about it, but we should read more so I can give you more examples. It is related. It's not totally unrelated. The morality, like the way that he talks about morality, even though he's not a theist, I don't think. So I want to explore the way he does that, because I disagree with it, and I want to know why. But also, I agree with some of the things he's saying.
Okay, cool. No, before we continue, can you at least answer? I didn't really hear an answer to my question when I asked you. Do you think that his assumption of the unconscious mind, the unconscious self, is by nature I shouldn't say a rapist, but a desire to?
No, Bernie Appletree does not
to
believe that,
fulfill-
Jared.
to, like-
Nope. You gotta read the full article to know
Well, he
Bernie
just-
Appletree's
so he-
view.
okay.
What you're reading right there is Freud's view.
Okay, so
His early view.
Okay, so did Freud believe? Is what I'm asking. Did he believe that? He used the word
Freud's early
He
view.
used the word antisocial.
Yeah,
But
his early view. He revised it. I want to point that out because that's what this article's about. Okay, so you haven't gotten to that, but yeah, Freud's early view is that like a man is born like sort of like
Or
there's
human.
a rapist in a human that's born because humans are like these animalistic beasts or whatever. I'm sure that's what he thought. Yeah.
Okay, and he changed his position. Okay, that's what.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering. All right.
Glad I could answer. Yeah. Ready to go on?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Moving on. A familiar way. Oh, I already read that part. Here we go. right here. This is where it gets a little bit so
Yeah, we're right here.
yeah, I know. I'll start, but Jared, this is where it does get mind bending, and I find this elliptical thought process in his main insight that the writer Bernard Apfelbaum, it starts to come into play here. So you're going to start hearing sentences that do not make sense at first. There's a Zen quality to this. So let's go on, okay?
Okay, yeah.
A familiar way to identify the revised theory is by reference to Freud's reformulation of the relationship between anxiety and repression. He had thought that we come into this world biologically antisocial, and that all of us suffer from the necessity to repress our instinctual makeup. This makes ordinary human unhappiness.
This creates
ordinary human unhappiness, his tragic view. What creates neurotic anxiety is excessive or overzealous repression. But he came to realize that anxiety, shame, and guilt is itself the problem, causing wishes and needs to be repressed, just as we now take for granted is the case, but just the reverse of what Freud had at first thought. That didn't really make sense to me either. This was such an extraordinary reversal that it has yet to be fully grasped. Freud himself had trouble fully letting go of his earlier model, but never one to mince words, he then declared that, quote, repression was the power of instinct, end quote. Repression has the power of instinct, end quote. Repression has the power of instinct. Okay. Which was to say that we can be just as driven by anxiety, shame, and guilt as by what Freud had considered the ultimate motives, sex and self-preservation. Voila, the superego. We had not yet had the superego until just this moment, Jared. Did you know that? The drive theory is not the id-ego superego. It's like an earlier model that's just conscious, unconscious.
Oh, okay. I got it.
All right.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with what the superego
Are you
is.
fired up about this article?
So that makes
Because I
sense.
am. All right.
Yeah.
This is a crash course in psychoanalysis,
So real quick,
by the way.
Anyway, real quick, the superego is the part of yourself that has to relate to others and therefore has to regulate what actions to take based on the effects that it'll have to either get you exiled from a group or, you know, get killed by somebody. You know, basically like the fear of becoming outcasted or killed by the group. So like that part of yourself holds the other parts in check, and it's like an instinctual part of your psyche that holds that, like it's like it's a check and balance thing. Your id wants this, your ego says no, not that, pretty much, because that's gonna get you killed or outcasted.
So that's your understanding of the id-ego superego model of the psyche, which I don't think is totally correct, but like it's somewhat okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how you pronounce this guy's name. Fenichel. What do you think, Jared? Fenichel.
Fenichel. I don't.
Fenichel. I'll do Fenichel. Alrighty. I'm sorry. I actually promised I wouldn't do jokes on this one because it's so important, so I'm going to try not to. Alright, Fenichel. Fenichel, the dean and encyclopedist of psychoanalysis in the 40s, named the new model ego analysis and the old classical model id analysis. It was not called superego analysis because what was now to be analyzed was the interplay between the ego and the superego. In the earlier model, Freud had depended on the patient's good conscience to consciously repudiate that or what was freed from repression. This was not the conscience of common sense.
This was the conscience.
Thank you. My bad. Okay. This was the conscience of common sense, not to be confused with the superego. The superego is not simply or not only the conscience, but is a relationship we have with ourselves, an internalized version of our significant relationships. What Freud grandly referred to as the precipitate lasting impressions of abandoned, now not present, object, people, cathexes, connections. So, lasting impressions of now not present people connections. In other words, once he discovered the superego, he really discovered it. I don't exactly know what he meant by that, but do you know what he meant by that last sentence? Because I've never really understood that. But anyway.
I think he's saying he hadn't really discovered the model of the psyche until he had discovered the superego.
Oh.
Like it wasn't until, because the superego is...
That was the first real thing he hit or something, yeah.
Well, it's like now he's starting to hit the actual thing, which is like, it's a part of the... Okay, yeah, anyway, continue.
All right, so he's saying the superego, according to Freud, was the internalized versions of our significant relationships, what Freud grandly referred to as the precipitate of abandoned object cathexes, or lasting impressions of now not present people connections. So these relationships you have with people leave lasting impressions, which become internalized versions of our significant relationships, which becomes our superego. Okay? Right?
Yeah, it's like the saying that the relationships that we have with ourselves is comprised of our internalized relationships that we've had with others in the past.
Like a feedback machine that's like playing echoes of the past and then build.
It's creating the framework of the part of ourselves that holds, that tells our ego what's appropriate, not appropriate with other people.
Yeah, but specifically it's different from the common sense conscience, which is different from this superego.
Yeah, it's different. It's different because...
Why don't you explain that? Because that's what that paragraph's about. It's probably important to point out.
Okay, this is why it's different. So when we're talking about the conscience, the superego is just the part of your psyche that's like hardwired in to not get yourself killed or exiled. That's all. But as we know... No. That's to hit what he's saying. That is what would be considered the common sense conscience, which is something that helps you not get killed, and it helps you repress antisocial desires and drives. But so say with me, what you just referred to as the superego is actually, according to Freud, it's this other thing which he was trying to expose in id analysis. However, he realized that even though that is at play, and it did have some success because there are people who are overly repressive and, causes that symptom or whatever, more often than not, because he was getting this negative reaction all the time, more often than not, it was actually the superego that was at play and causing this excessive neuroticism or whatever, presenting symptoms. It wasn't the what was it? Pause. Wait. Okay. It wasn't the. This is so important. This is the root of it, Jared. We're gonna have to go over it and over again for the rest of the article here, but it wasn't. It's really important to finish this. Okay. This is so hard. I've read this so many times, but I do understand it. 1 second. So, Freud is identifying two buckets of people. There's the bucket of people he first discovered, which were they have these sex and violence desire drives that are overly repressed and causing anxiety. And the mechanism
of that was that like the conscious was the conscious mind and the unconscious mind, the map and model of the psyche was bipartite. It was conscious versus unconscious contents. There was not a three tripartite structure yet, and the first bucket of people he found were people who were primarily reacting to base drives, sex and violence. The second bucket of people that he discovered are not primarily reacting to base drives like sex and violence. They are primarily reacting to the superego. And the superego is not that part of you that tells you, no, don't do base drive, don't do sex, don't do violence. That is a misunderstanding of the superego. What the superego really is a relationship we have with ourselves, an internalized version of our significant relationships, what Freud grandly referred to as the precipitate, lasting impressions of abandoned, now not present, people, or objects, people, cathexes, connections. In other words, okay.
Abandoned?
Of abandoned object cathexes. Precipitate.
Oh, just now not present.
Yeah.
Yeah, so past.
Yeah, I think he's unaggrandizing the word language. So lasting impressions of now not present people connections or relationships. So
you should just say past connections. Like,
who cares?
But anyway, yeah. But
okay.
Abandoned. Yeah, maybe
Freud was
maybe abandoned. Maybe abandoned.
Freud was like kind of colorful and purple prosy, but yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, lasting impressions of abandonment. Yeah. Or just relationships that are past. Like, but I would say that abandonment is probably like the strongest one, like being abandoned by past relationships. But yeah, I would say, okay, so yeah, what he's saying is that the conscience.
Two buckets of people.
I think of
buckets of people. Start there. That's really important.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, so then the first bucket of person, what are you referring that one to? The first one, which is people
like
who
stroking their coin purse, like their
the people who over suppress
base drives,
versus
antisocial drives or whatever.
Yeah, versus
somebody who is neurotic because they're of an overactive superego, which is this internalized relationship they have with themselves that's like has to do with their morality and self-worth.
What are we talking about when we talk about
self-worth?
Okay, sure, but what are we talking? Okay, yeah. But I'm trying to understand.
Internal object relations are about self-worth.
Are we talking about two kinds of neurotic people?
Yes.
Two types of neurotic people.
But both of those types of neuroticism occur in people all the time. It's not like two types.
We have to define neuroticism.
Pause. Ready? Pause. Those two buckets I said. You can be in one of those buckets or the other at different points in your life. If you're presenting as neurotic in one way, this time, and then presenting as neurotic in this way another time, you know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is that everybody is dealing, according to this model, there are those two buckets, and you're affected by your superego and you're affected by your repression of your base drives throughout your life. These are two things that everybody, is negotiating or reckoning with their whole life. And he's saying that when you start to get neurotic, it's because you're starting to present negative symptoms that are like disaffecting you. And when that happens, it's gonna be in one of these two buckets, according to Freud. It's either because you're too repressed about your base antisocial drives, or it's because you are being afflicted by an overactive superego. Or sometimes both.
What, like being a people pleaser?
Sometimes both. Oh, yes, we will get into this. Bernie Apfelbaum is a genius, and I think he described the current condition like perfectly, actually.
Okay.
But okay,
You said that I had a misunderstanding of the superego, and I'm trying to understand.
That's what we're going through right now. Because you originally thought the superego is the repression of base drives.
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, no, not the repression. I thought the superego was like when I'm thinking of the psyche as the whole, but there's different parts of a whole. Like we have different emotions. Okay, we have fear, we have anger, and we have sadness. Okay, those are three negative emotions. There's also positive emotions, but these emotions are just different modes of interpreting reality or whatever. So like, but it's the same person, okay, with different emotions. So if we're gonna think of it like that, and a person has an id, which is their base desires. Okay, they have an ego, which is their body.
Their ego, no, the ego is not. You don't know what the ego is yet. If you don't know what the superego is, I'm pretty sure you need to learn what all these are. Like, at least according to Freudianism, because I know that people have latched onto these terms or appropriated them for themselves. I understand that.
But can we do a quick definition search of all three of these terms real quick?
Yes, but remember the beginning of the article? Remember what it said? Do you recall how he started out the article? That to get a definition of psychoanalytic things, this person did a survey across 4 cities with like 10,000 or something. I forget what the number was, but thousands of psychoanalysts in order to create a survey and published paper that showed like numbers on what people are actually defining these things as, because her idea was that the best idea to get what an actual definition was to ask all the psychoanalysts and then aggregate their answers, right? Isn't that kind of an interesting idea to get, like, her question was, what is psychoanalysis? And then in order to answer that question, she didn't Google it. Google didn't exist, but she didn't like look it up in a book either. She said about asking 5,000 psychoanalysts, right?
To define these terms, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so what's the
her findings was that there's
discrepancies?
Significant disagreement in the way that people define these terms.
So what's the common agreement on?
There's 2 main factions. There's the British object relations faction, and then there's the self-psychological model. So we could look it up according to those 2 things if you want. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, sure. Let's look up the id first on both of those.
All right.
Both those.
So British object relations, id. Do you want to read it, Jared?
The British.
Oh, can you face the here? Why don't
you can hear me. They can hear me.
Alrighty.
The British object relations theory, the concept of the id, is reframed as the libido ego, which is part of the split ego rather than a separate entity. This British school of thought, developed by figures like J. Ronald D. Fairbairn and Melanie Klein, argues that personality develops through the internalization of early relationships or objects, not just through Freudian drives.
This is kind of what we were just talking about. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Fairbairn proposed that the ego splits into 3 parts to deal with frustrating early experiences: the central ego, akin to the Freudian ego, the libido ego, akin to the id, and the libidinal ego, the anti-libidinal ego, akin to the superego. The anti-libidinal.
So yeah, that's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah.
It's like against the drives.
Yeah. Okay.
Not as opposed to the. So it seems to be kind of like what you're saying. Oh wait,
it's a different part of the ego.
Can we pause? I have a comment on this. May I say something?
Yeah.
This works nicely with what we're discussing in this paper, because if you'll recall, do you remember what he says about how the public still views psychoanalysis as this bullying practice.
Yeah.
Okay, so why is that? I'll tell you why. It's because these two branches or factions of psychoanalysis, British relations and self-psychological whatever model, they both have failed to fully integrate the insight that of Freud's revision of his theory, which created the superego and such. When he did that, he was actually providing an insight that maybe wasn't fully fleshed out in his work, but was there from the end, and that these models that were built on top of that, because see how Melanie Klein and such, they're using the tripartite id, ego, superego, they're using these different words for it, but they're akin to them, you know what I'm saying? They're building on top of Freud's tripartite psyche model, so they know that. That's why they call themselves Freudians. However, they have failed to integrate the most crucial insight from his revision. That's what Mr. Bernie Appletree is going to point out, and he's going to tell you exactly what that crucial insight was. And then it's going to blow your mind, and you're not going to understand it at first. But the more you think about it, the more it makes sense.
Okay. Let's look up id based on the other one.
Self-psychological self. I gotta see what it was again here. I don't want to forget where I am. Okay, Fenichel.
Oh, come on. You don't have to... Oh, okay. You should have highlighted something.
Self-psychological model. Okay. Fenichel.
You're a lighter typer than me.
Just so that it's not loud.
Self and psychology.
Nope, that's not answering our question here. Self-psychology. It's actually just called self-psychology, if I remember correctly. Wait. Nope. Oh, this might be it, because it Kohut. I don't know how you say his name either, but Kohut. The self and okay, I'll read this one, Jared. Okay. Here. Alrighty. The self in self-psychology, developed by Heinz Kohut, is the central focus of a person's psychological universe. Okay, so the self and self-psychology developed by Heinz Kohut is the central focus of a person's psychological universe, distinct from the id, ego, and superego model. The self. Okay, while Freudian theory views the personality as being in conflict with the primal id, the ego, and the superego, self-psychology emphasizes the development of a cohesive self and its needs for psychological regulation through relationships. In this view, psychopathology stems from deficits in the self due to lack of empathy from caregivers, rather than from internal conflicts between drives.
So they're talking about psychopaths?
No, they're talking about how people don't become neurotic to the point of hurting themselves and others because they want to fuck their mom, but it's because maybe their mom fucked them as a kid, and or their dad or something, but or abandoned them because of early childhood trauma. That's why somebody becomes neurotic later in life. Freud did not believe that. Believe it or not, Freud did not believe that.
Did not believe in trauma?
Well, he didn't believe that it was that traumatic. He thought the traumatic thing was neuroticism. He didn't think it was that bad to get raped, I don't think. I don't know. Fucking, I don't know. Okay, like, yeah. We could tell that.
But why are they saying in this view psychopathy? What the hell is
Where are you looking at?
In this view, psychopathy.
That is not psychopathy, Jared. Read that word again.
Oh, psychopathology. My
There you
bad.
go.
My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what got you tripped up.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I fucking skimmed the
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
Okay, psychopathology.
That just means a whole gambit or a whole range of fucking diagnoses, right? Okay.
So when they say psychopathology, they're talking about neuroticism.
Presenting symptoms of mental illness, yeah.
Wait, so this whole model of psychoanalysis is to address mental illness,
Well,
then?
we just read what Freud thought. He had a philosophical view that he built his theory on originally, but then he revised it later. That's the interesting thing. The way he revised his Jared, listen. It revised his philosophy about truth. Isn't that crazy? About the world and truth, you know?
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to dig into here. But
so how is this a different definition of the id again?
Well, this isn't. Here's the thing. In self-psychology, there's not an id, ego, and superego. They don't have the tripart. So that's what she meant, and I didn't understand that at first, but I understand what they're saying now. Self-psychology is dispensing with Freudian theory in a much greater way.
But it still uses the Freudian term id.
Actually, no. It's a reaction and a disagreement with that.
So it's renaming the id something else.
No, it's saying it's not renaming the id. It's rejecting the premise that there is an id. Think of this as like the huggy.
Self-psychology emphasizes the development.
If you want a quick and dirty, Jared, listen. Jared, listen. Look.
So
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
They're just saying
Look
self.
at me. Remember? Have you seen that picture of like the?
Yeah.
Look at me.
Wait. So can I ask a question? So they're not even.
Let me fucking say something.
What? I have a question though.
You can ask it after I say something. Okay. I've been trying to say something for like a second here. Okay. So, if you want a quick and dirty like caricature, probably unfair, but what the hell? I don't like psychology. If you want a caricature of what self-psychology is, it's first of all, almost all of psychology today is self-psychology, like rooted in this movement. Second of all, it's huggy, feely, affirmative, blame your parents psychology. And that's it. Yeah. So there you go.
That's hilarious.
Do you understand?
So wait, can I ask a question then?
Yeah.
They don't even acknowledge the distinction from the self, that there's a psyche, there's a part of your mind that's the psychological.
Let's
part
get more
of your
into
mind.
it if you're really interested, because Kynes Kohout, he actually talks about this dude a lot. And what's the thing is, Jared, Kohout, he's also a top like S tier high fidelity thinker. And he was basically, his career in the 50s, he was a psychoanalyst in the 50s, okay? 40s and 50s or something, Kohout.
Yeah.
And
The self.
listen, his career was doing something very important to Bernie Apfelbaum's career, which is this. Kohout was one of the first to say, hold on, everybody. Freud actually made a revision that was much more revolutionary than anybody noticed. And we've been building off of his revision model without actually understanding it, right? So his whole work in the 50s was to start to criticize, or we'll get into it. Basically, to start
to criticize Heinz Kohout.
No, Kohout is the guy who started to criticize, I believe, object relations, which was the continuation of like, you know, Freud's like three part id, ego, superego. So like Kohout, you know, was like criticizing them and saying that they didn't fully understand Freud's revision they were building off of his revision without understanding what his grand insight really was. It was groundbreaking or whatever, which we haven't quite got to, but we started to get to, which was that there's this other motivation for that causes neurotic presenting mental illness symptoms, which are just that has to do with your superego and not base drives, because what ends up happening invariably, and Bernard Apfelbaum is very good at this in a lot of his articles, are just pointing out in every modern psychoanalyst journal or book, they all make the mistake of inevitably doing what you did at the beginning of this, which was assuming that the superego is simply the suppressing of antisocial drives, instead of the fact that it's something else entirely. It's anyway, we need to get into it. I'm getting a little bit tired.
You want to?
Can I take a break? I know I said no, but it would help me out. I could play another song.
A cup of coffee or something.
Sure. I play another song.
You get a cup of coffee.
Yeah. It's gonna take more than a song to get a cup of coffee. Maybe 2 songs or something, and we'll come back. How about that?
Yeah, sure.
All right, guys. Stick with us. This is good stuff. Okay, I know it's building, and it's a really thrilling ride. That's why I want to actually get through all of it. So maybe stay with us all night. Look at that scroll bar, Jared.
What? Where?
Like when you scroll down the page, look at the scroll bar.
I know. I guess I see it.
So you understand? Yeah, it's like.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't mind, while you're playing a song, I want to do some research while you're making some coffee. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. And then after this song, you can play whatever. Okay. Deal.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay, guys. We're going to be back in the time that it takes for me to make coffee, which will be about 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't really know. But we're going to play some music for you guys. We hope you're enjoying this. It is quite confusing and mind-bending, but once it's worth it, I promise. It's like reading Thomas Pynchon novel, okay? So let's do it. Let's go. All right. So be back. Be back. It's Rick Hayward. All right.
I do believe it's time for making up my mind, 'cause things just not the same anymore. I do believe it's time, for I can see the signs, and I feel like I've been through it all before. But sometimes you just have to fall for a strange and mysterious call. But now the light is shining down my hall, 'cause now I think I'm seeing through it all. Yes, now I think I'm seeing through it all. I do believe it's time, everything should be changing. It's all been going on for too long. I do believe it's time to see some rearranging. Maybe it's alright or maybe it's wrong. 'Cause sometimes we all have to fall for a strange and mysterious call. But now the sun is shining through the squall. 'Cause now I think I'm seeing through it all. Yes, now I think I'm seeing through it all. Sometimes we all have to fall for a strange and mysterious call. But now the sun is shining through the squall. 'Cause now I think I'm seeing through it all. Yes, now I think I'm seeing through it all.
just because you said so. Something bites my leg in the water. The ocean floor is soft and it gets softer. Grab a gallon of new clothes. Shake it up and then walk away. Go away. I heard it once in Colorado. She mixed it up and took it back though. Something bit my mind like a slaughter. Softer than before, even softer. Pour a gallon of new clothes. On all your clothes and on all your things. Bleach your life until something seems alright, alright. Soak your head and get all the cool in there. It's okay. The scoundrels crawl. Don't wash it now. The skin is falling. I caught it. I swallowed whole days. Pour a gallon of new clothes. On all your clothes and on all your things.
It's pretty much over.
We are back, and we might be losing steam. We'll find out if we're losing steam pretty soon here, but because we have been going for 3 hours, right, Jared?
About an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh.
45 minutes.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
Yeah, you can check.
Whatever. We're gonna try to go as long as possible because there's no way we're gonna get through this, but we can try, just to make as much progress as possible, right?
Fighting through the brain fog.
Yeah. This is seriously, guys. I believe this is the crash course in psychoanalysis, like premier. And it's just some random paper some guy wrote on the internet. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I felt disillusioned trying to read Kuhl's theories.
Because you're like, what the heck am I even reading? What does this mean?
No, because
Yeah.
because I'm trying to because I didn't know that there were multiple models, but
Multiple models of this shit.
Yeah, sorry,
You didn't know about the pluralism.
You sure?
say what?
You sure? Because I can do it if you...
So
No, I'm good.
we are going to continue with this article, but check it out, guys. Jared's mind is blown by the fact that there's so much diversity in the psychoanalysis field, where like nobody agrees on even like the definitions of words, right, Jared? Isn't that upsetting?
Yeah, and I'm kind of like overwhelmed. Like I'm kind of like ready to. I'm ready to listen, but I can't think about. I can't think right now.
Yeah, well,
I'm
what
ready-
you're describing is really relatable because, Jared, I like palpably remember my first time reading this, and it was like totally like I was having insomnia, like just not sleeping throughout the night and getting high or something. Like probably I don't even know, but like reading this shit like of sleep deprived and trying to understand it and being like, holy shit, I'm not even halfway through. And like feeling so intimidated by it, and also this brain fog where every time I started reading it again, I could get like 2 or 3 paragraphs in, and then I'm just like, God, this is so much fucking information. I don't know what to like. I can't handle all this fucking information, right? I understand what you're going through right now. It's like crazy. That's why, yeah, this is a really good ass article. Anyway, it is gonna kick your ass though. It's gonna kick your ass. You want to continue though? Jared, you'll get it eventually.
So I just wanted to.
It's like calculus.
So so basically this idea that the superego is about the impressions that you have internally based on the external impressions that you've had with relationships externally. Your internal relation inside is a direct reflection of the exterior relationships outside
Of
And-
your past
or your
history.
past, yeah, your past, and that's what the superego is.
According to this revision by Freud. So why it's important is because there's a lot of diversity of opinions about these terms nowadays. You have to remember that one individual named Sigmund Freud created the original theory. So it's important to know what the founder of the field and the originator of the theory defined it as, because then you can move on from there and pick apart how these developments treated his theory, right? You can decide if they're making sense of his theory, if they're understanding it first of all, if they're developing it in a fruitful and like practical way or in a truthful way, or if they're developing it more towards like an ideological extreme, for example, which is what Bernie Apfelbaum identifies. But go on, what are you gonna say?
So it's still correct to say though that the superego is the part of your psyche that regulates how you deal with others.
It's super related to how you deal with others, and it regulates it. Yeah, I guess that would be true. I would agree with that. Yeah.
But also not entirely, if this is correct about how your internal, it's like saying like you're nothing without others. It's kind of like ego shattering, kind of like saying like part of yourself, part of your internal self.
You're kind of right
there.
there.
Is other people,
That is,
and not you.
One of the branches it develops is called interpersonal psychology. You want to Google that one just for funsies? Sure. But it's what you kind of just said there.
Because I would like to think that the psyche is self-contained. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, before we Google it, I'm just gonna say that interpersonal psychology, to give you my caricature once again, is this like wooey maxim that's like this. We create each other in the context of relationships. So we collaborate in the creation of ourselves through our relationships, like with other people. And so we actually help each other build their identity, and they help us build ours, and it's an interpersonal construction. All right, you ready to Google it? Okay.
That was a really good impression of like a
I
TED
know
Talk.
intellectuals, Jared. Okay. Interpersonal psychology. Alrighty. Interpersonal psychology is the study of how people interact and form relationships, focusing on the dynamic interplay between individuals' thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. It explores. That's a little bit broad. That's actually way too vague to be useful at all. Damn. They can't even define it. They're ashamed of what it is. Okay, fuck it. But I know what it is. Let's go back to the article though. Alright, we're gonna try to get through some more of this, and it's gonna cause some severe like mental like anguish for Jared as he burns calories thinking about these things. So let's go. Ready? Are you up for it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright. Fenichel, the dean and encyclopedist of psychoanalysis in the 40s, named the new model ego analysis, and the old classical model id analysis. It was not called superego analysis because what now was to be analyzed was the interplay between the ego and the superego. From the perspective of the ego, or from the from the standpoint of the ego, as opposed from the standpoint of the superego. But I think that's what. Let me go on. Maybe that's actually not it, and that's where Bernard Apfelbaum goes with it. But let's continue. Okay. In the earlier model, Freud had depended on the patient's good conscience to consciously repudiate what was freed from repression. This was the conscience of common sense, not to be confused with the superego. The superego is not simply or not only the conscience, but is a relationship we have with ourselves, an internalized version of our significant relationships, what Freud grandly referred to as the precipitate, lasting impressions of abandoned, now not present, object, people, affixes, connections.
You already read this.
I know. In other words, once he discovered the superego, he really discovered it. Okay. It now should be clear why there was not the slightest reason to expect this revision, even though what was left out of this well-rounded account was the superego. Having been so thoroughly taken in by the superego, yet ultimately able to see through it, Freud was the first to realize that it is in the nature of the superego to be practically undetectable. That is why, to get ahead of my story, in many ways, it is still undetectable. Basically, that's the grand insight. Bernard Apfelbaum will shatter every single current model and show you how they still are unable to detect the superego at work in their own interpretations, not even in the patient, in themselves. That's the crazy thing.
Wait, is he trying to say that the superego doesn't exist?
No, he's saying that we have that our models have yet to cope with it, or be able to fully detect it, and we're calling other things the superego.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're saying like the superego is like beyond comprehension.
Well, let's just call it slippery, okay? Let's just call it slippery. Let's go on though. Astonishingly enough, there still is no consensus and very little discussion among analysts about whether the new theory was a radical revision or whether it was merely an elaboration. There is still no consensus about the implications for treatment, and little discussions of that either. Part of the problem is that these changes came late. Freud was 70 when his most complete version was published. Revision was published in 1926 in Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, earlier translated by Brill as The Nature of Anxiety, a title which may better convey its import. His papers on technique had all been published 10 years earlier, and all his cases had been published years earlier also. In his later years, he devoted himself to broader issues. Clinically, there was, of course, the general idea that analysts were now to pay more attention to analyzing resistances, defenses, and guilt, which are, I should add, which are things that, which are byproducts of like superego, anxiety and tension, Jared, as opposed to the other one, which is repression as opposed to resistance. Just notice the difference in language there. Okay.
Resistances.
Yeah. Okay, ready to go on? But most of them thought that they already were doing enough of that. According to Sturba, many even resented the new model, having become comfortable with the old. Id analysis is seductive. It hardly taxed the analyst. Drinking coffee and eating behind the patient had been standard practice for the relatively unoccupied analyst. Stone and Langs and Stone. Wow, that's fascinating. They were so fucking cocky. Okay. Although Freud's refinement of the content of interpretations was far-reaching, little has been written about it, and there is no generally agreed-upon version, partly because psychoanalysis has functioned as a guild, less so in recent decades, its concrete operations being an arcanum passed on in training analyses and supervised control analyses, and not dependent on being public. This is especially obvious from the analytic journals, in which it is hard to find much about what analysts actually do. There is essentially only one source for the technical modifications indicated by the structural model, which is, I think, what he refers to as the tripartite id, ego, superego model is the structural model, I'm pretty sure, going forward, as opposed to the drive theory, which is just the conscious unconscious. Alright, following. Alright, indicated by the structural model, that is by the recognition of the superego, and by what Gill and I, in 1989, referred to as the relativity of defense. This is Fenichel's Principles of Psychoanalytic Technique, 1941. Although this classic is required reading in all analytic institutes, apparently it does, okay, it is short, only 122 pages, condensed, and largely abstract. Consequently, these revised recommendations were not at all clear to everyone nor generally agreed upon, partly because of the guild system, partly because of the simplicity and attractiveness of the id analytic model, and partly because the ego analytic model is not only more complex than the earlier model, but is, in some essential ways, counterintuitive. This is why you have not heard much about it. Since the essential logic and explanatory principles of the id analytic model, also known as the classical model, oh, that's what he calls it, classical model. Yeah, and also he mentioned it was like conflict model, drive theory, okay. Still have a firm grip on the field, and certainly on the popular understanding of psychoanalysis. It may be clarifying to let that be psychoanalysis, as a mirror to distinguish it from ego analysis. This emphasizes how the two frameworks are mirror images of one another in basic ways, even though many believe that they are compatible and even supplementary. I have to add a clarification that risks anesthetizing the reader, that the classical model is also known as American ego psychology, easily confused with ego analysis. Wow. That's some fucking, yeah. Okay, there's some things to Google for this.
American psychology.
American ego psychology. Let's just Google it, yeah.
American ego. American.
American. Yeah. Resistance. Defense. Alright. American.
It's like every turns into George Bush.
Yeah. American ego psychology is a psychoanalytic approach that emphasizes the ego's role in adapting to and interacting with the environment, going beyond Freud's initial focus on the id. Yeah, that's kind of what he's saying. It's exactly what he reported in that article. I'm glad it's totally on the level. It became the dominant force in American psychoanalysis from the 40s to the 70s. Key figures like Hartman, Anna Freud, I guess. I don't know who that is. Maybe his wife. I actually don't really know, but his daughter maybe. While its monolithic status has faded, its principles continue to influence contemporary psychoanalytic thought in America and globally. It's like, yeah, it's a venerated foundational touchstone for analysts, right? It's basically sort of like the popularly understood among psychoanalysts version of the structural theory, like the revised model, right? But it's actually like according to Bernard Apfelbaum, it's actually kind of a bastardization or a misunderstanding of the revised model.
Wait, what is? Oh, American ego psychology is?
Yeah, and all psychoanalysis. And he's saying, for the purpose of this article, let all these misunderstandings just be called, for this purpose of this article, psychoanalysis. Right here it says. I'll just read the sentence again. Okay, so like it says. Since the essential logic and explanatory principles of the id analytic model, which is the first model, the classical model, Jared, right? Mm-hmm. Drive theory. Okay, so since the essential logic and explanatory principles of the id analytic model, also known as the classical model, still have a firm grip on the field, and certainly on the popular understanding of psychoanalysis, it may be clarifying to let that be psychoanalysis as a way to distinguish it from ego analysis, which is his understanding of the structural model, the revision, Freud's revision, revised model. His ego analysis is his I think more correct understanding of Freud's actual revision, which created the superego dynamic. Okay. So he's being a little cocky and bold to say that he's right and everyone's wrong. This dude is not. I want to get a picture up of this dude because I respect the hell out of this dude, and I think he did it right. He said, "I'm right and you're wrong," but he didn't say it outright. He just was basically just a genius. He's a genius. So, Mr. Bernard Apfelbaum. That's what I used for the thumbnail, by the way, Jared. What do you think of that? What do you think of his gaze and his physiognomy? His countenance and his physiognomy.
He looks like a very serious, like thoughtful and wrathful man.
Nice. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Yeah. That's about right. Ready to go back? Alright, so anyway, the second negative therapeutic reaction. Now remember I proposed that there was a second crisis, a second negative therapeutic reaction, not yet labeled as such, that has been fateful in the career of psychoanalysis. I think of it as an inevitable consequence of the lack of appreciation for Freud's original solution to the problem, his revised model of the 20s. Read that again. Yeah, okay, an inevitable consequence. Remember how I said they all got it wrong, what he actually meant by the revision, Jared?
What?
Like all the developments of psychoanalysis basically missed his point of the revision about the superego. In some way or another, they still can't see the superego when it's right in front of them or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But, so you're saying when, or I'm just guessing.
this American psychology
when
show.
Kahoot made his self-psychology model,
Well-
was he like pretty much restating the revision because he himself had
Yes.
not understood it either?
He was trying to make sense of it, and he got it right somewhat. And then that was a reaction to the British object relations, and it created this split that created room for self-psychology, which eventually just became. It's like, yeah, Kahoot would not be proud of what self-psychology became either. Do you see how this is like a recurring thing where these intellectual movements deviate from what they were trying to do in the first place, or like they missed the mark like after like one great thinker or something?
Yeah, I do actually, because you said like you said most people think of self-psychology. How'd you sum it up as like blaming the
Self-affirming.
The trauma that you had as a kid.
Blame your parents, affirm yourself, you're great. That's it. The reason you're bad is because of other things that victimized you in your past, and that's why you're bad. And you're not really bad. You just made a mistake. You just made a mistake.
Well, I mean, it's really funny that you would draw all those conclusions just from going a roundabout way of just re-explaining what the superego is, which is that there's a part of you that.
So you see how that whole mindset that I just described is like a way of avoiding. It's like a way of tiptoeing around the superego.
I guess yeah.
While pretending to address it too.
Yeah.
It's dissimilitude.
So yeah, because it is discomforting to think that that like who you are is basically just what others have impressed upon you.
There's something about that it gets into here, yeah, but I don't want to touch on it too much
But
yet.
it's not all of who you are.
Let's
You're
build up
something-
to
You're
it.
something ethereal beyond.
May I
that.
say, Jared, we are at base camp.
Yeah.
We have not even started climbing the mountain yet.
Okay.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that fucking trip? How fucking much more there is here?
Yeah.
It's kind of a psychedelic trip to think about.
Yeah, it's exhausting. I'm
Yeah.
already tired.
Okay, we can wrap it up. In fact, this would be a great place to wrap it up. We can start the next part on the second negative therapeutic reaction. Do you want to do that, Jared? Because I really did have to take this in so many fucking sessions at the first time. I understand why you can't cram it all in your head right now.
No, I said I'm tired, but that doesn't mean I'm
Okay.
ready to like stop here.
What else?
I mean, you said you wanted to try to get through it. Let's try to at least get through a quarter.
All right, we'll do a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right. If you're down for it, Jared, then I'll go ahead and
Yeah.
keep reading here.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Full speed ahead.
Where are you going? Oh. All right. Sorry. Okay. The second negative therapeutic reaction. So now remember I proposed that there was a second crisis, a second negative therapeutic reaction, not yet labeled as such, that has been fateful in the career of psychoanalysis. I think of it as an inevitable consequence of the lack of appreciation for Freud's original solution to the problem, his revised model of the 20s. Okay. Sorry, guys. Freud's revision was an absolutely necessary step toward solving the problem, but it was a stunning reversal that was difficult to assimilate. Although Freud actually apologized for his earlier error, he did not help matters by proposing that the two models could exist side by side as points of view, the topographic with its quasi-organic the conscious and the unconscious, and the structural with its fluid and interpenetrating superego, ego, and id. It was all too easy to see the ego and the id as just the old unconscious and conscious and unconscious. I'm going to read that one again. It was all too easy to see the ego and the id just as the old conscious and unconscious. Many theorists even wrote of Freud that he simply turned his attention to the superego. Yeah, no. The difficulty assimilating the new model arises in part from the way that it so unexpectedly transforms the old, as well as from the fact that id analysis, as I am at pains to show throughout this website, despite its exotic content and terminology, is undergirded by common sense assumptions. To put that simply, id analysis depended on the superego. That's crazy. The guilt-prone, conscientious patient was counted on to repudiate unacceptable wishes. Since this was the solution...
Yeah, you need a consensus.
Id analysis. That's what he identifies as id analytic approaches to therapy, and it's all the judgmental shit that
Consensus
you
involves
think of.
more than
Yeah.
one person, so that involves other people. So that's a super ego. You need the super ego to identify.
Good shit. Good shit. You want to continue?
Yeah.
All right. I'm so happy we're doing this. I've been wanting to share this with someone for a long time. I finally found someone worthy of sharing it to. Alright, so let's continue. Alrighty. Since this was the solution, okay, so to put it simply, id analysis depended on the superego. The guilt-prone conscientious patient was counted on to repudiate unacceptable wishes. Since this was the solution, this blocked recognition of the pathogenic effects of self-hate, and self-hate is what the newly conceptualized superego came to represent, like falsely. It's not actually that. It is almost entirely invisible, as Freud was the first to see. Recognizing that self-hate is the problem is one thing, detecting its effects is another. I think what he's saying here, somewhat, it's been a while, Jared, and also I'm not claiming to be an expert on this because it is like really beyond me in some ways, but I think what he's saying here is he's talking about how self-hate is like this. Let me read this sentence again. First of all. All right, since this was a solution, this being the way that id analysis forces the patient through guilt to repudiate be untrue to themselves and their own wishes and stuff. This blocked recognition of the pathogenic effects of self-hate. All right, that's important. Me and you have both identified like the sort of like the moral poverty of modern therapy, right? How bad it is, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things is that like we both recognize in our own lives that dealing with our own self-hate is crucial, right? And then when we go to therapy and tell this like frail 24-year-old like fucking like therapist woman about the intense tumult of your male psyche, well, a few things might happen. You know, one, you know, you might get fucking put institutionalized right there. You know, if you actually did that. I'm saying if you didn't hold back at all. You know what I'm saying? About what actually happens in the male mind and stuff. I think that a 24-year-old like twiggy fucking liberal woman therapist would be so shocked and desensitized, or I mean, shocked and horrified that she would invoke her right to like institutionalize you on the spot there. Another thing that might happen is you traumatize her so much that she just fucking somehow phases you out as a patient, and you have a little story kind of almost a little bit like that, right, that you told me about this therapist recently, but I won't get into that. That's a little personal and my bad. Anyway, and then the third one was, we can edit that out if you want to, Eric. Okay. And the third one was she somehow talks to you enough and convinces you to be a liberal. And stop being a man and just be a liberal, basically. I'm giving you the straight dope right now. That's how I feel about therapy right now. Modern therapy, yeah.
Maybe it's because you shouldn't get a female therapist.
She tries, but any fucking men therapists, they all try to convince you to be liberals as the solution to your problem. Have you considered like Black Lives Matter?
That's not what anybody actually said.
No, you don't think so? Okay. Maybe I am. Maybe I am reading into these people a little bit.
That's oversimplification.
Okay.
But, no, but they will get you on some kind of like
Liberal technicality.
No, they'll get you on some kind of like have you heard of New Thought?
Oh, that's adjacent to this.
That's another. Well, I'm just saying like.
It is related. It is related.
Yeah.
It's a way of ignoring the superego from this perspective. Yeah.
They'll pretty much. There's some kind of like a super toxic positivity. All negativity is bad, essentially, and you need to love yourself by ignoring it.
I don't think you should ever have a therapist that's younger than you. And it was approaching that. Well, actually, I would say throughout my whole life, even when I was a teenager, I was mentally and emotionally older than all the therapists I ever interacted with. Maybe one exception I'm thinking of is my high school counselor, Denise Holtz. She was a wise woman, and she gave me good advice and also really kind and loving to me. Those things are related, wisdom and love. When people are actually wise, they are 100% of the time loving people. You ever think about that?
I guess, yeah, love in the sense that like they don't ever lose themselves. Yeah.
They're not hysterical, fucking raving madmen just at the flip of a switch because of some slight or offense that happens to them.
They hold their conduct in high regard.
Yeah.
So like in that sense,
they're a lover. They're a lover, and a great lover is a great destroyer. It's one and the same. You know, if to love is to hate evil, to love the good is to hate evil. You know, in your soul. Anyway.
But not to hate yourself. Which
right, we're gonna get into this.
Self-hate.
We're gonna get into this. Yeah, self-hate. Yeah. Alrighty.
Recognizing that self-hate is the problem is the one thing.
Do you want me to read, or do you want to read?
I'm just trying to figure out what that last thing was.
Oh, all right. I was wondering if you. I'm sorry, I was being snappy there.
If you want to popcorn over to me because you're tired, I can take it over.
It'd be fun to hear you read this, but what do you think is more effective for you to process the information?
Say it again.
What's more helpful for you to actually learn it? Do you want to listen to me read, or do you want to read out loud?
Either way.
All right.
Because like I was just offering if you got time.
I'll go on then. Alrighty, so let's do this. Alright, I'm so excited. Psychoanalysis was heading for another negative therapeutic reaction. Since the revised model did not take, analysts were still insensitive to superego effects. I think this is not putting it too strongly. So that interpretations and the analyst's stance still came as a shock to the ego, that is, had an unempathic effect. The word empathy was not yet in common use in the field. It still was id analysis, although less obviously so, and still could be surprisingly, disturbingly crude. And I would add cruel. That's been my experience, is cruel. Okay. Although the revised model did not take, it would be an exaggeration to say that the id analytic model has been preserved intact. Let me make sure I understand that. It would be an exaggeration to say the id analytic model has been preserved intact. Okay, I see what you're saying. The id analytic model has been changed somewhat. All right. Ready to hear how it changed?
Yeah.
All right. It became what I prefer to call the conflict model, although it is officially known as the drive model following Greenberg and Mitchell. Most analysts conceive of the change wrought by the structural model as a shift from bringing repressed wishes to consciousness to bringing repressed conflicts to consciousness. Where the early analyst thought that bringing a content to consciousness was itself a way to free bound energies, the more modern analyst thought that bringing a conflict to consciousness then gives the person the opportunity to make choices.
Powers.
Would you agree with the revision more than the previous one? Like, which one do you agree with more? Do you think that an interpretation brings a content to consciousness and frees bound energy like anxiety? Or do you think it's more true to say that an interpretation would bring a conflict to consciousness and give that person an opportunity to make a choice? Or do you think that they're both true in some sense, or like they're both have
bringing content?
And remember, we're talking about, remember, Jared, just to orient you, because it's easy to forget this, Jared.
I would say both are true.
Hey, it's easy to forget that. I want to orient you for a second, okay?
What?
As the teacher here. Remember what we're discussing are interpretations, which are like the product of an analysis, is that the analyst provides an interpretation, right? Mm-hmm. And there's a word that he uses that I learned from him called efficacy. Do you know what that is? Efficacy.
Efficacy.
Let's look it up here.
Okay, yeah.
The ability to produce a desired or intended result. So, efficacious. That's what, if an interpretation actually produces relief in the patient, we would call that interpretation efficacious because it helped, right? Mm-hmm. So, this man, Bernard Apfelbaum, is keenly interested in finding interpretations that actually help the patient. Isn't that admirable and kind of noble?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on here. Which one do you think is more efficacious as an interpretation?
Interpretation of the drive model?
I guess of the patient. Make an interpretation of the patient. If you're going to make the interpretation that based on the drive model, that make them aware, like very like unpleasantly aware of like their sick desires or some shit, like their sick base animalistic beastly desires. Or do you think it's more efficacious, helpful to the patient to provide an interpretation which brings a conflict in them to consciousness, so makes them aware of the conflict in them, and then gives them a choice?
Yeah, okay, obviously the modern one. Yeah, because one is just saying, this is who you are!
You must forever be this sick, twisted freak who just barely holds this sick fucking desire under the surface, but not too much and not too little. Hell yeah. Right.
But not too much and not too little.
Yeah.
Or like saying, like, who you want to be is in conflict with these desires. Which would you rather be?
There you go.
Right.
You at least letting the patient in on what the analyst knows, which is there's a conflict going on inside of you. It's not just that there's a sick desire. Maybe there is sometimes, but that's not just the only thing. It's not just that there's a sick desire and you have to accept it. It's like, no, there's a conflict. There's a moral conflict going on in you, and you are suffering from the anguish of going through that. So I'm going to make you aware of what this conflict is better, and you can make choices now, right?
Yeah, it empowers you to
Yeah. And the conflict
choose
is
between-
the superego conflict that we're going to get into here. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, well, I mean, this actually is reaffirming something I've known, which is like that. Just because
And
you have
all therapy today is, you sick bastard, you better admit it. That's all therapy today. It's based on the id analytic model.
okay, but,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
it's really revolutionary.
But
to know
instead,
this, to
yeah,
know
but
this.
instead you could say, just because you have these id desires, these suppressed base urge desires, doesn't mean that that's who you are if you also desire something else more.
Right, it's important to know there is actually two wolves at war in you.
There's actually a choice
Yeah.
between who you
There's
want
more
to be.
to you than just
Like-
that sick desire.
Like,
Yeah,
like just
exactly.
because you have this desire doesn't mean that you still can't choose
Right.
what you want to desire.
Yeah. All right. You want to go on? You want to go on? You see how he's pushing this field forward to actually be helpful to someone for once? For once? Isn't that crazy? He's like, no. You guys don't understand. There was a fucking kernel of gold in this mess, and I'm taking it and I'm bringing it to the public. It's crazy. That's how it feels reading this. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
All right.
Because they're all pretending.
Because everyone's a fucking asshole. That's why. But
And,
anyway, go on. Yeah.
and self
Yeah.
aggrandizing,
and
without
and,
listening.
and weak and defensive.
without
yeah.
listening, like thinking, like
and narcissistic.
pretending that they know what the superego means while completely ignoring it. And
Yeah.
then
We're getting there.
and not-
We're
and-
finally getting there.
and
High
not-
five, Jared. High five.
But and not only that the superego exists, but that you have a choice still, right? Just because it's in the same way, I would say in the same way that just because you have your id desires that you can choose to not be you, you also have your superego personality. What do you call it? You can become aware of it and choose to not be that if you don't want that either. Even if, like, I'm saying, like,
Yeah. But you can also come to empathize with the part of yourself that's being like fucked up by this and doesn't want it because it's like pure and innocent or something. Let's
yeah, exactly.
Do you want to see how they fucked up again in the 50s and re-traumatized patients in a new 50s style way?
By the way, Sam
Yeah.
just zealously high-fived me over that.
Well, I really appreciate that Jared is on the level, you know? He's not like a scam artist who's like, yes, I can parrot back words to you. Like a lot of smart people, quote unquote, are literally just like snakes, slimy snakes that learn big words. And then they're like, and like they fucking have this glib, surface level, stupid ass understanding of things. You know what I'm saying? And they're not real thinkers. Jared, what I'm trying to say here is Jared is a real thinker. That's why I high-fived him. Props for being a real thinker and tackling and understanding high-level material. Boom.
That is a blow to the ego, though. I would say, like,
What?
I do feel a little like violated.
Why?
By understand if I'm going to accept that. I'm
just
I'm
reckon
I'm
with
still
it. You don't have to
entertaining
accept
it. Yeah,
it.
I'm reckoning with it. I'm not accepting it fully, but just that this like that's very uncomfortable. How much your internal relationship is literally a parrot of your
Past.
of past interactions and relationships. Like that's really uncomfortable to
That's why you need
grapple with.
God, because you have this perfect, beautiful relationship.
No, that's why.
Ever-present relationship with the
that's
Creator
why you
who
need,
loves you.
That's why you need to
Who
become
died for
aware
you
of it.
in your sins.
That's why you need to become aware of it.
Paid for your sins with his shed blood.
The
He
point
died
of the
for
point
you.
of this
It's
is
amazing.
the point of this is
Okay,
so that
all right.
your internal being is not an unconscious replication, and that it's actually something conscious and chosen. Okay, if you can choose who you are, and become aware of the fact that you have been up until the point when you became conscious of it, behaving internally or not behaving, relating
have to-
internally
Jared?
a certain way
Yeah.
unconsciously. Once you become conscious of it, you now are empowered
May I
to choose to either continue that way, but now consciously, or continue in a different way, now consciously. So that's
May I
empowerment.
say something?
That doesn't
May I say
necessarily
something?
mean
May
now
I
you're
say
now
something?
you're gonna
May I
fail
say something?
because God's not with
May I
you.
say something?
Okay, now I'm done.
All right. All we do, we really like. Okay. Do you know the difference between necessary and sufficient? If you want to make scrambled eggs or whatever, eggs are necessary, right? For making scrambled eggs, you need eggs. They're necessary.
Yeah, they're
You
making
need eggs
Yes.
to make scrambled eggs.
Yes.
So they're necessary for making scrambled
Yes.
eggs. Are they sufficient for making scrambled eggs?
yes.
No. You can't make scrambled eggs with just an egg.
Oh, sufficient. Oh, I guess is that enough? Okay, I guess you still also need
Is
a
it
pan.
enough?
You also need
You need some fire and a pan.
Yeah, you also
some
need,
butter
yeah.
and a cooking spatula and a bowl.
everything else that you need.
Alrighty, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Necessary and sufficient. That's like an important philosophical distinction, okay? What's necessary and what's sufficient for something to be the case, right? Okay, so like, why I was saying, prompting you on that was because I really hope I don't. If this is the first time I lose my track, we might have to shut it down for the night. But
I know what you're gonna say.
Go ahead.
You're gonna say that becoming self-aware of these tendencies is absolutely necessary, but is not sufficient.
I might have been
because
going there,
because
actually, yeah.
because God is because you need
God
God too.
is both necessary and sufficient.
But you're saying that like you can't do it with just
It is
psychoanalysis.
helpful, and God uses the
True revised by Freud
God
psychoanalysis.
uses science. God uses science to bless us, Jared. Did you know that? And you know what this is? This is the science of the soul right here. Isn't that crazy? The science of the soul in the 20th century. Really, nobody gets it, but we do. Isn't that cool? And this man, Bernard Apfelbaum, got it.
I agree with you, but we just disagree on who God is.
All right.
So.
But the soul isn't the spirit. I'm a tripartite. Just like Freud, I'm a tripartite. But well, he defined the psyche as tripartite. I define man as tripartite because I believe the Bible, and the Bible defines man as tripartite, which is body, soul, and spirit. When God created man, he breathed into the clay of the earth, and it became a living soul. That's how it describes it. So there's breath, which is pneuma, which is spirit, combines with matter, which is the body, and then that combination, intentional combination caused by God, the soul. Man became a living soul. That's what it says. Man becomes a living soul. What is that? What's a soul? It's some kind of dynamic combination of spirit and matter. This is what it is. It's God animating matter with his spirit. That's what a soul is. Isn't that interesting, Jared?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't want to have. I think we're getting too.
A little too. I know.
Almost too far off.
Alrighty. You want to continue?
Yeah, that's too.
Because this is all about the soul. Because what is psyche? What is psyche? Soul. That's literally what it means. Psyche means soul. They say it means mind. Well, yeah, it does mean mind. But what is the mind? The mind is the soul in this tripartite model.
The mind is the body. Is the mind. I say the soul is the mind and the heart.
The heart.
And the psyche.
Bible speaks of the heart.
The psyche is the
Bible speaks of the heart.
psyche is the mind.
However, we're talking about essential, the most foundational, or like what's it called? Like the subatomic particles, the most elemental particles that compose a human. The heart. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't think the heart is a fundamental thing. I think actually, body, soul, and spirit are the fundamental subatomic particles, and then the heart is like this thing that's created, comes out of that. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just, maybe I'm wrong in there, but I read the Bible.
Yeah, no, you could see it like that.
I need to read the Bible.
You could say
even
this.
more,
You could say spirit of source or spirit of God begets soul, which is the individuated individual.
The mind. The soul is mind.
The individual mind and heart,
Well, okay, maybe,
And then
maybe,
maybe
the soul is the mind,
and then the
heart.
soul begets the body.
I don't actually have a perfect metaphysical map or model of man, and that's something I strive for. We should do a show on that, but that'll be another 4 hours. So let's continue reading this, okay? All right, let's go. Let's go.
We can agree that the soul is the mind and the heart.
I can't really agree on that.
And we're talking about the psyche.
I agree
We're
that
talking
it's a
specifically about the mind
That's an
part.
appealing sentiment. I'll agree that it's an appealing idea, but I'm not gonna. I'll reckon with it. Okay. Anyway, let's go. All right. So, although the revised model did not take, it would be an exaggeration to say that the id analytic model has been preserved intact. It became what I prefer to call the conflict model, although it is officially known as the drive model, following Greenberg and Mitchell. Excuse me. Most analysts conceive of the change. I'm sorry, I'll pick up the pace here. Most analysts conceive of the change wrought by the structural model as a shift from bringing repressed wishes to consciousness to bringing repressed conflicts to consciousness. Where the early analysts thought that bringing a content to consciousness was itself the way to free bound energies, the more modern analyst thought that bringing a conflict to consciousness then gives the person the opportunity to make choices. There was no better way to make clear what this meant in actual practice than to turn to Roy Schaefer's action language. He proposed that psychoanalysis has a lot in common with existential therapy. Both attempt to show people that they are making unconscious choices on the assumption that when they recognize that they already are choosing unconsciously, wow, that's profound, they will be able to take responsibility for their lives by making conscious choices. He even says that if there's no action, there's no change. Hence, interpretations should be couched in the language of action.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. I
Clap.
agree,
He's
yeah,
like,
for sure.
Jared's like crying right now. Okay. Schaefer recognizes that there are areas of real helplessness, but he declares that these areas are simply not available to interpretation. 1976. Quote. We're quoting Schaefer now. Not that all of one's life is thus unconsciously altered, arranged, and disclaimed, but psychoanalytic interpretation deals methodically and specifically with the large part of one's life that is one's own action. End quote. He states that this proposition flatly and obviously feels no need to defend it, since he is simply making plain what he takes to be the fundamental psychoanalytic assumption. For a strongly felt objection to this stance, Gill, which is actually one of Bernie Apfelbaum's partner in the 80s, like they wrote papers together. So Gill's in on this secret knowledge, right? Okay. So, for a strongly felt objection to this stance, Gill had this personal comment. One of my analysts, this is a quote from Gill, one of my analysts said that if my parents' behavior accounted for 95% of my troubles, and it was my experience of their behavior that accounted for the remaining 5%, it was only the 5% in which he was interested. I see his point more clearly now than I did then, but I still think I was right to become enraged. Let me read that again, okay? Okay, this is Gill speaking. One of my analysts once said that if my parents' behavior, who's my in this case? Is that the patient's? Oh, analyst. Oh, analysts. Okay, one of my analysts. So Gill's analyst. Because did you know this in the Guild of Psychoanalysis? To become a analyst, you have to be in like long-term analysis under a veteran psychoanalyst who's
so you
your
have to be-
analyst.
so you have to be
You have to go
long-term-
through the ringer.
Okay.
You have to go through the ringer first.
Yeah.
If you want to be a psychoanalyst. Isn't that creepy? Isn't that weird and creepy?
Kinda, yeah.
And like priest-like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you would think though that like, yeah, it is a little cultish. It's like can I just be an analyst
No,
without being
you have to go to this
analyzed?
guild in Chicago, the Psychoanalyst Guild in Chicago.
You can't join our club unless you go through unless we all hypnotize you and make you buck what is it?
You want to fuck your mother? Say it.
Balk like a chicken
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, ready?
Then you can be in our club. You want me to take over? Because you're like,
Sure, but it used to be like, admit it, you want to have sex with your mother. Now it's like this. Now it's like this. Wait a minute, think about it for a second. Admit it, you're defending against being a lazy fuck.
no. Well, I was gonna say that.
Here's a trend. That's what I'm trying to say, Jared. Let me just say this.
Yeah,
We'll go on.
he was saying,
Let me just-
I'm only.
Let me just say this. Let
He's
me
like,
just say this, and we'll go on. It's
Okay.
really important. There is a trend that's noted here, which is that as we progress through the 20th century into the present day, that the way that id analysis, which is very cruel and judgmental, the snipes and assaults and attacks and jabs that it makes at the patient become more refined and subtle. Okay, just general principle there. So now today they're like these they're like Wuhan lab level, like a gain of function level interpretations meant to really fuck with you kind of thing. You know, they're subtle now. They're not you want to fuck your mother now. They're like you're a bad person because you're not a liberal basically at the end of the day. But yeah, yeah.
No, that's funny that his analyst said. If my parents' behavior accounted for 95% of my troubles, and it was my experience of their behavior that accounted for the remaining 5%, and it was my experience of their behavior.
So he's saying my analyst, so the person analyzing me. That was important. I didn't understand that part. Let me just read it again here. I'm sorry. One of my analysts once said that if my parents, so this is talking about himself in analysis, okay?
Okay, yeah. If my parents' behavior accounted for 95% of my troubles, and it was my experience of their behavior.
My experience of their behavior. So my parents' behavior accounted for 95% of my troubles. My parents' behavior, what they did, accounted for 95% of my troubles. And it was my experience of what they did that accounted for the remaining 5%. It was only that 5% in which he was interested. I see his point more clearly now than I did then, but I still think I was right to become enraged. Mr. Gill, Bernard Apfelbaum's partner Gill, when he was told this as an interpretation by his fucking asshole mentor analyst who was fucking, holding forth about him in this weird power dynamic we were just discussing, his analyst said to him that he was only interested in the 5% of his troubles which were the result of his experience of the troubles caused by the 95% of those troubles caused by his parents, right?
So
this secondary layer of troubles that bruise on top of the primary causal level, which is his parents' behavior causing his troubles, right? If there's this like foam on top, which is his experience of it, maybe he became bitter or something, right?
His experience meaning what he chose to become.
Kind of, yeah, his part in it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. That's 5%. If that's 5%, if that's only 5% of the trouble in him, the anguish, that's all he's interested in as an analyst. He doesn't care about the 95% of troubles that were outside of his control that caused him trouble.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, thank you for.
And Gill was enraged by that but he probably didn't show it because, you know, you can't show your emotions or something. They train you to be a fucking psychopath or something. Okay, ready?
Why was he enraged though?
Look, I see his point more clearly now than I did then, but I still think I was right to be enraged. He was enraged that he was basically saying like I'm gonna fucking lecture you as a psychiatrist about your moral failings, even though it's 5% of why you're miserable.
Oh, I see. Yeah, seriously.
Gotcha.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. What an asshole.
Yeah. Alrighty, and this correlates to this previous quote. Remember this previous quote from Schaefer?
But it's true. It's true though because that's the only thing he can control.
Okay.
So like that.
But
so,
it's an unempathetic interpretation. However, now we're gonna dive deeper into it and make psychoanalysis finally helpful to somebody. Okay, that's a bad interpretation because it's unefficacious. That's one of Apfelbaum's maxims. Is the quality of an interpretation is how efficacious it is in providing relief.
But what about the idea that it's horrifying to become conscious, and that you're gonna have negative effects from becoming conscious?
I love Bernard Apfelbaum because he goes to war with that. He cuts down that tree.
What, that it's not supposed to cause negative effects? It's just supposed to cause positive effects?
No, but the negative effects can be the sort of like the starter for positive effects.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be negative at first,
You'll
and
see
then
it.
they get better over
You'll see
time.
it, but it's like a recontextual.
Right?
Well, it's a process.
Not necessarily, because they can choose to not get better. You know, it's like you become conscious.
But he does talk about ego analysis as being more of a mindset, or I forget how he says it, but it's like it might be kind of fundamentally flawed to describe it as a therapeutic approach instead of a paradigm, basically, yeah, which is like a new paradigm of identifying the parts of yourself and relating to yourself or something. And that's what's so revolutionary about Freud's revision that nobody saw. And Freud was 70 and probably feeble and didn't want to fucking bother with it. He was talking about social issues now, so he couldn't care about.
Well, the way you can do, I can
Yeah.
do what he's doing. The way that you can use the superego analysis to benefit you is once you become aware of this, you can change consciously the inner relationship you have with yourself, or I'm sorry, the other way around. Consciously change your external relationships with other people to reprogram the inner relationships you have with yourself. Or I would also say vice versa, what I originally said. Consciously change the internal relationships that you have within so that you have an example to project
Good stuff, yeah.
and manifest
I would agree with that.
what is it? Perform that.
There's
in your
there's
external
all really
relationships.
helpful things that you're saying right now, Jared.
Yeah.
Let's find out the tools that Bernie Apfelbaum puts in your hands for doing that on like a what's it called, like a triage level, because every day we're running into traumatic shit in this world, and you can actually use these tools to perform sort of a triage on your soul, and that's how I use these tools at times when you need to, and then eventually it becomes just a paradigm shift. It's a paradigm shift that takes a while to happen. Yeah, that's how I'd say it.
When you realize that
Yeah.
your experience is a conversation that you're a part of.
For sure, that's one way to put it. Yeah, yes, that's one way to put it. Wait, you are so close. You just hit the bullseye, because he describes it as including yourself in the conversation. Like, he always uses that language in a lot of articles. You're on the bullseye there. Okay, want to continue?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So let's pause here for a moment to reflect. In the 50s and 60s, there was an active protest movement against psychoanalysis among therapists, especially those known at the time as neo-Freudians. Can I pause here and say what I was going to say earlier, but I never got to?
Yeah, sorry.
Without a really, man, see how he's a genius, right? It takes a genius to walk through this. Without doing it carefully and I guess with the help of a genius or something, you are inevitably going to, even if you became conscious of the superego in a moment, and in a flash of light, you saw how it's operating in front of you in your life, in you, right? You will inevitably lose consciousness of that because of the slippery nature of the superego, right? The superego affects one of the predominant features of them, the defining features of them, is their invisibility. Isn't that crazy?
How is it invisible? You understand the principle. What do you mean by finding it?
Finding it, becoming aware of it. It's like you do have to be a detective, and it always is like a magic eye image where it was right in front of you, and you had to like focus your eyes on it, train your eyes to see it.
I was never able to see those fucking magic eye pictures.
Yeah, and it does sound like you're like fucking brainwashing yourself when I'm describing it to you right now. But I did say earlier, his writing style is elliptical and kind of Zen-like. Remember how I said that?
Yeah.
Well, he tries to do that to explain this fucking concept, and it's so hard to explain. And it is hard to explain. So, I don't know exactly where I stand with it, because it's so fucking high. It's such a high concept. I don't know if it is cult-like. I don't know. But it was helpful to me. And I'll quietly share it with people like you. Yeah.
I think I have a rough understanding based on.
No, we're at look at.
I said
look at that
very
shit.
rough.
I know.
I said very rough.
Okay.
I'm still willing to hear more. But I'm saying that what turned the light bulb on for me and helped me start thinking in the right direction was when as soon as you mentioned Calhoun and his self psychology. And I started, and then
I forgot what I was going to say.
The distinction between those two things.
I'll try to remember it again. I got off on a tangent there. What I wanted to say was this, Jared. Unless you have a genius to hold your hand and walk you through this, you will lose track of the superego, or at least if you don't learn how to do it, like the way he teaches you how to do it. Then you will lose track of the superego, and you will, even though you lost track of it, you will think that you have not lost track of it. That's the insidious part, and you will become a self-psychologist. You will become a self-affirming liberal douchebag. Like spiritually a liberal, even if you're not actually a liberal. I'm just using that term as a pejorative.
Like a snooty pretender.
Yeah, a pretender. A Pharisee. So
all right, well, let's all just not think that we know everything about the superego just yet, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Let's have some epistemological humility.
Yeah, for sure. We still got a lot to read.
Let's go. All right. Let's go. That's why, and I noted that because when you were saying like, I get it now, I'm like, I'm so fucking happy, and I high-fived you, and then you started explaining it more to me, and I was like, oh, he still doesn't know that it's like, it's so easy to not get it, even if you got it at first. And that will happen, I guarantee you. It'll be a process. But let's go. Ready? You'll become a self-psychologist if you're too confident that you get it. Yeah.
Well, because the goal of this isn't just to be able to parrot back what you're hearing. The goal of this is to actually be able to think about this and internalize what is being explained, not so that you can just parrot it and know what is to understand what is being explained, but to engage with it and to see if you can see this, like if you can somehow.
Then it's helpful.
Recognize it.
Maybe it's helpful, but if you can't see it, then recognize it for what it is, which is a fascinating but misleading and false theory, and put it to the wayside, basically, right? If it's wrong, if it's totally wrong, but let's reckon with it, okay?
At least it's something that that will be like there in your what is it? Your pool of knowledge, your grammar
repertoire. Yeah.
It'll be in your
lexicon.
It'll be in your lexicon and your grammar, so that if you do come across it, and
you flex some intellectual muscles learning this shit too, right?
Yeah, it is a It is kind of. I think I'm starting to understand because the idea of like your how you choose to interact with others, and it's creating a mental recording that is internalizing all the time unconsciously, and so you become conscious of this. You become you hear this explanation, so that you can ask yourself, is it like, because I'm already kind of feeling like when I was building my personality as a kid, I did kind of hodgepodge together personalities of my friends. In the same way that musicians, when they're writing a song, are they really writing anything original? Is anything even original?
Yeah.
When it's just hodgepodged together from different
where you're getting the origin of your ideas and stuff. Yeah.
No, but what makes it original is the combination that you choose to put together. But this is happening unconsciously, creatively. Once you become conscious of it, you can become more expressive and creative of it, to where it is more original or more of a unique combination, right, of everything else.
Sounds cool to me.
So, but it is unsettling that it's like, what the fuck is even original? Like, it's just what you can put together from what you've seen and heard, and able to imitate.
Originality is a blessing from God. It can be taken and it can be given by God. But can I continue reading? Yeah. All right, I'll wait for you. Hey guys, this is probably the best thing. This recording is probably the recording I'm most proud of in my life, Jared. Just so you know. I really hope that it's like, oh shit, the button is blinking. We weren't recording the whole time. That would be crazy, right? All right.
Or YouTube copyrights us for one of those songs.
All those songs. Let's continue here. Let's download that video afterwards, though, even though it's 3 hours. All right. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. Let's pause here a moment to reflect. In the 50s and 60s, there was an active protest movement against psychoanalysis among therapists. Therapists, not psychoanalysts, therapists. Especially those known at the time as the Neo-Freudians. The academics, led by Rollo May, who was coming from Sartre and his existential psychoanalysis. Sartre passionately believed that he was opposing Freud's view that our actions are determined by unconscious motives for which we could disclaim responsibility. Okay, so Sartre believes that he's passionately opposing Freud's view. And what's Freud's view? That our actions are determined by unconscious motives for which we could disclaim responsibility, where we don't have to own that we have those impulses or those motives, those unconscious motives. We don't have to take accountability for them because they're unconscious and we're not in control of them. That's what he's saying. So
once we become conscious of them, we're somehow now accountable.
Yeah. So Sartre passionately he's opposing that idea, and according to this, Sartre, and many others thought that Freud's message was that we are ruled by the unconscious, capital U, and so cannot be held responsible for our actions. What? Wait.
I was drunk!
Oh, so Sartre is saying that that's what Freud believed. He's saying, fuck you, Freud, for saying this, right? And Freud was not saying this in the structural model. Sartre was attacking a straw man and built his theory off of that. A straw man of Freud. Okay.
So he was a neo-Freudian that was that was shitting on Freud?
That was popular in the 50s and 60s. That's what he's saying right now. Okay,
why would they call themselves neo-Freudians?
How post-Freudian? Why
not anti-Freudian?
Wait, how about not something named after this guy?
Or
Yeah.
if you want to just be attacking a Freud, why wouldn't you call yourselves anti-Freudian? Not
That's pretty
not
fucking
new, not
cool.
new, not new
That sounds
Freudians.
dope. That sounds dope. Anti-Freudian. We should make a band. What do you think? They could have been that. I don't fucking know, Jared. Maybe there's something to that. Let me continue here. Okay. All right. So yeah, he thought Freud was saying that. It clearly appeared from Freud's writings that this was his position. I think that's what he's saying, that Sartre is saying. Okay. But this was to make the mistake I referred to earlier, to try to divine the psychoanalytic angle on things from the literature, that is, to assume that psychoanalysis is a social science that exists in the literature and is necessarily wholly public. Psychoanalysis might well be called not only the impossible profession, but the inscrutable profession as well, because it's so fucking opaque and they don't let you see it happen in practice, right? They only show you what happened. They give you the cartoon, the Tom and Jerry cartoon of somebody laying on a couch, right? In movies and TV shows. Okay, going on here. Okay. Of course, Freud did say that the ego is like a rider on a horse who guides the horse in whatever direction it wants to go. What he rarely said was that the gravamen of clinical psychoanalysis is that what you need to recognize is that it is your horse. These are your motives. In a short paper dated 1925, titled Moral Responsibility for Dreams, Freud came down hard on this point, which I had missed until coming across it in Jay Greenberg's work. Okay, let's read it. This is a quote from Freud's 1925 work, Moral Responsibility for Dreams. Quote, "Obviously, one must hold oneself responsible for the evil impulses of one's dreams. What else is one to do with them unless the content of the dream, rightly understood, is inspired by alien spirits? It is a part of my own being. If I seek to classify the impulses that are present in me according to social standards into good and bad, I must assume responsibility for both sorts. And if, in defense, I say that what is unknown, unconscious, and repressed in me is not my ego," better translated here as self, as Strachey puts it in a footnote, "then I shall not be basing my position upon psychoanalysis. I shall not have accepted its conclusions." Let me read the last part again without that bracketed part, Jared. Okay, so last sentence in this quote is, "If I seek to classify the impulses that are present in me according to social standards into good and bad, I must assume responsibility for both sorts. And if in defense I say that what is unknown, unconscious, and repressed in me is not my ego or self, then I shall not be basing my position upon psychoanalysis. I shall not have accepted its conclusions." He's saying he must accept responsibility for the unconscious contents of himself. That's the conclusion of psychoanalysis, is that you must take responsibility for the unconscious contents in you, even though you can't voluntarily control them.
So when you pissed the bed when you were 4 years old, that was your fault.
Freud's an interesting character, Jared, because he
I don't care if you're 4 years old and you don't know how to hold your piss in while you're
Freud is
sleeping
an
or not yet.
interesting guy.
You chose to do it, and it's your fault that the bed is wet.
Good shit. Yeah, you got the idea. Let's go on though. Yeah, there's no such thing as a coincidence. All right, man. There's no such thing as an accident. That's a good one. How cool is that? Yeah. Okay.
No, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fucked up.
There's no such thing as an accident.
Because okay, damn it, man, that is fucked up. Well, because
You
look,
meant to do that. No, I did not. That was an accident. No,
Well, no,
there's
it's
no
not
such
that- no,
thing.
no, that's-
Remember,
no,
there's
no.
no such thing as an
Okay,
accident.
look, when you're saying okay, look,
You
when you're-
meant to
Sam,
do
Sam,
that.
When you say there's
You meant to. Okay, go ahead.
when you say
What
there's
accident? What do you mean by accident? Is what you're saying?
No.
I'm saying accident like
No, I don't.
and
I was
I want to
gonna
give you
say
a
that
ridiculous. Before I'll let you talk.
When
Let
you
me
say
just
there's no such thing.
let me clarify. I'll let you talk.
I
Let
know.
me-
I know the Let me friggin' respond.
5 seconds and then you can respond. Okay? I accidentally spilled this juice, like literally accidentally spilled the juice, and then you say there's no such thing as accidents. You know that, Sam. Isn't that a cult-like thing? A cruel cult-like thing to say? Like a Scientology-ass, like
Yes.
bullying tactic?
No, because it's making an assumption
Okay.
that
That's what I'm trying to say.
because yes, while it is technically true that there's no such thing as accidents because you are still responsible for what you do in your unconscious state, that doesn't mean that you intended. All it means is that you chose to be unconscious and not chose to do what you did while
What about
unconscious.
spasmodic reflexive actions that your limbs do, Jared? Are you fucking responsible for those? Then the accidents they cause sometimes?
No, because I keep thinking of like unconsciousness as drunkenness, and it doesn't sound the right way when you say it like that. Like
Are illnesses accidents?
like,
Are,
it was-
are we responsible for getting sick?
I was only.
Are we responsible for getting sick?
No,
Not at all. Well, somewhat.
sure, I guess.
There's an element of responsibility, and therein lies the question. All right, can we continue?
No, let me respond, fucker.
Bitch. Fucking asshole. Sorry. My bad. I'm sorry, Jared. I'm really bad. My bad.
You were sitting there like. you
I'm
were
running
saying-
my mouth. I know. I'll listen now.
When you say that I chose to get drunk, but I didn't choose to do what I did when I was drunk. It doesn't sound the same. It doesn't sound right. But in fact, it is very similar to saying I chose to be unconscious. That is true, which means that it was not an accident. That there was an accident. But what I did on accident while unconscious, I did not intend to do.
You're right about that.
But that's the assumption.
You're right
You're
about
saying,
that hypothetical.
but that's the assumption by saying there's no such thing as accidents, and
Period.
you
End of
meant
story.
and then
There's
and then,
no such thing as
no,
period. End of story.
no, it's
Yeah.
not. No, it's the assumption is you meant to do that
Yeah.
because
Even
there's
though
no
it was
because there's
actually an accident.
because there's no such thing as accidents.
Yeah.
Then you meant to do that.
Exactly.
When in fact that's not true, even though technically the first part is true. The first part is
You
true.
think there's no such thing as accidents, so like you would blame somebody for getting in a car accident. Because, well, okay, in the sense that they got hit by a car. They got hit by a car.
No, I mean,
Do you think that it's that because they
That's
weren't
a whole other
looking
thing.
because no, really think about it. I want to draw this out. This is id analytic thinking. Okay, this is the problem. This is the venom we need to draw out of you, Jared. Okay, is this the person who got fucking T-boned or whatever by unexpectedly by a semi driven by a recently in the country like Somalian who doesn't speak English or something. They're like driving the semi in America for some reason, you know, like it's a thing. There's headlines about that, by the way, but it's crazy. I mean, I'm not gonna get into that, but it shouldn't be happening. There shouldn't be freak accidents where semis just hit and kill a bunch of people out of nowhere all the time. You know what I mean? That person could be driving defensively and responsibly and still in a freak accident get killed, right? Now, you could apply an id analytic reasoning to actually draw out culpability in that person who got fucking like pancaked out of nowhere by a giant semi. You could,
I doubt that.
yeah,
I
you
highly
could.
doubt
Do you
that.
want to go through the steps?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let me just put on my evil glasses. Well, what was he wearing, first of all? No, I'm just kidding. But,
A Led Zeppelin shirt. Well, you see. Like,
well, it's like, okay, well, this is what, first of all, this is what insurance agents do, claims agents or whatever. They investigate with this devil's advocate point of view and try to do everything they can just to fuck their, anyway, let me do it. Okay, so, oh, you want $10 million payout for your fucking husband getting fucking just vaporized by a Somalian truck driver. Okay. Let's look at the claim. Are you aware that your insurance was lapsed? Did you know that? Did you know that your policy was lapsed as of 6 days when this occurred? Did you know that, Jared? I don't think you knew that. Damn. Ooh, you're effed now. He has a little bit of culpability now. He's a little bit at fault now. He shouldn't have been on the road without insurance, Jared. Are you kidding me? Like, he's asking for it. He's asking to get fucking instantly vaporized by an out of control semi.
Okay.
And Charlie Kirk also.
Okay, Sam.
And Charlie Kirk also.
That's a whole.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, you can't to say that it's not an accident to be the victim of an accident. Is going a step further.
They blamed Jesus. He was the most innocent victim, and they blamed him. So yes, I could make an argument for everyone deserving the shit that happens to them. Because
we're saying on accident,
No.
not killed by
a freak accident happening to somebody. I could tell
talking
you.
about
I could tell
accidents
you
now.
why they deserved that freak accident to happen to them using this id analytic.
It wasn't. Jesus didn't die by accident, so that's a bad.
But you
example.
could be a fucking evil, wicked motherfucker and make a case for why Jesus got what he deserved, basically.
Yeah, but that's a whole. You're changing the
That's the
goalposts.
id analytic mindset.
But I thought
It's putting yourself in the courtroom of yourself. It's weird. Yeah.
Okay, but I don't think that the analytic mindset was the topic that we were discussing. We're talking about accidents.
This is so relevant. I don't think you get it yet. It's okay. But this is relevant, Jared, because id analysis is an let me say this, and I'll let you talk.
I'm sorry. Okay, maybe the analysis.
Id analysis is an explanatory model.
Is relevant.
It's an explanatory model, and what can it explain? It can explain away the superego, and it can do it every time. And so, the superego, the relational part, it doesn't see it, and it'll explain away the truth of it in some other way every time. And so it's a powerful generating engine. Id analysis is a powerful generating engine, like a fucking LLM that generates explanations for behavior, right? It's like a model for doing that. It tries to account for it and uses, you know what I mean? It tries to fucking be internally consistent. Okay, well, the problem with that is that it ends up, you can blame someone for anything using id analysis. That's the end goal. That's liberalism.
Yeah, I didn't think we were talking. Okay, sure. Yeah.
That's self-psychology, my friend. That's the self-psychology, my friend.
I thought that it just
you can demonize anybody and you can valorize anybody. Anyway, go ahead.
You're rushing past and just throwing these things in my fucking face.
My bad.
When I'm still trying to
I'm going
address
too
this
fast.
one thing.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to address what we were talking about. Now
Going too fast.
Now I feel dumb and slow
It's okay.
to try to go back to what I was really saying.
Going too
originally
fast,
saying.
I know. No, wait, Jared, can I say something first of all? When I first encountered this, I wouldn't have been able to go through it in one night like we were doing right now. So I don't think we're dumb or slow at all.
No, I'm saying.
Okay. This shit's
I'm not
hard to
saying.
understand.
I didn't say what I thought you thought. I said the way it makes me feel when you just start throwing shit at my face
sorry, my
instead of addressing where I'm actually at. When I'm trying,
bad.
because you're saying like oh, you can make the claim that there's no such thing as accidents because people intended to do everything that they do.
Or they received what happens to them.
And that's another.
Somehow they voluntarily received what happened to them. Somehow.
But that's another. Okay, now you're making a point about this mindset, Okay, which is not what I was.
You were not talking about that.
Because
You're
I
talking
think
about accidents.
it's
okay.
it's a different thing to say that somebody is responsible for something that happened to them, and then what we were originally saying was arguing whether or not you intended to do everything that you do while you're drunk.
Oh.
Okay? That's what I was talking about.
No, but it does connect. Now, can you elaborate on this so I can just hear you out? It does connect, but I want to hear it.
I've already said that the choice is to be conscious or unconscious, and that it's uncomfortable
You chose to be unconscious.
to be it's uncomfortable to realize that you become responsible for what you do unconsciously, because the assumption has always been that you're only responsible if you are conscious of it.
I understand that.
And
You're responsible for your keeping up your level of consciousness. Is
Yeah.
that one way of saying it?
yeah, it's like telling somebody you're responsible for keeping up your awareness of the truth, because if you do something unconsciously that affects somebody else, you did intend to do that because you intended to be unconscious around it.
Yeah, I see the principle of what you're saying. It's true. It's true. So what I was saying was a way where backstabbing assholes like invert that principle to get what they want. So I think that's how it relates. Anyway, can we go on? It is getting late, but let's blaze through some more. Let's do it. I'm so excited. We're at base camp, so we are like setting out up the mountain now. This is the second therapeutic reaction we are discussing. The second negative therapeutic reaction, which is what Bernard Apfelbaum calls this phenomenon in the 50s through 70s, which was the failure of the psychoanalytic community to integrate, fully cope with the realizations of the structural model, of the revision that Freud made on his original model, and their failure to do so created the second wave of negative reactions to therapy. The first being like the one in the 1910s and 20s that caused Freud to revise the model in the first place. So we're all familiar with that by this point, right, Jared? The first and second therapeutic negative reaction.
What was the second therapeutic reaction that was negative?
We're about to get into it. It's like it occurs in the 50s as a result of the failure of the psychoanalytic community to
neo-Freudians.
properly appreciate the superego. Exactly. Ready? They're kind of recapitulating. Now, just so you know, they're recapitulating the failures of the first therapeutic negative reaction, which we remember being like, you wanna fuck your mother, and then it's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like that kind of negative reaction.
Yeah.
But it's not beyond. It's beyond that, because that's supposed to be the reaction. But then when it goes beyond that to this masochistic thing, which was becoming common or something, it was a problem for Freud, you know, where he had to revise the criteria for who could be analyzed. But the second negative therapeutic reaction was recapitulating the sins or fucking error of the first. The analysts were doing the exact same thing, but differently, in a different way. You want to see how?
Yes, but I'll just real quick. How did we start talking about accidents again?
Oh, because of the quote right here by Mr. Sigmund Freud himself. What does it say?
Oh yeah, taking responsibility
For unconscious contents.
Yeah, for unconscious contents of your dreams and your mind, basically. And and then you were saying that that realization could very well lead to a cult-like behavior of blaming everybody for their accidents. When even though technically
Rubbing your face into every like sort of everything you do. Rubbing your face in every single thing
Every
that you
unconscious
did
thing.
or didn't do. Yeah. It could be anything that you did or didn't fail to do. That's where they ultimately have full control of you. They're not just judging your presenting behavior. They're judging what you could have done, your potential behavior. So they're fully shaping and molding you as this social engineer.
Oh, they're using that truth to guilt trip you into being socially engineered.
Yeah, like inculcate a negative relationship to that truth within you.
Yeah, when it should be like
A positive, empowering relationship.
Yeah, it should be a positive power relationship, but like
A loving relationship.
Yeah, like the unconsciousness is to choose to neglect.
Yeah, so don't rub someone's face in it. Because it's about loving yourself, because that's a loving relationship to become aware of yourself in a loving way and be on your side when you do it. Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah. Thank God in society we only try each other for crimes based on what we consciously did, right?
Well, microaggressions will soon be a crime, Jared. Because liberals. You ready to go on?
And that's why there's murder and then there's manslaughter. But I mean, in terms of, even if it wasn't in the law codified, I'm sure that's how people would be tried.
Dude, Bernie Apfelbaum was a fucking liberal hunter, but in covert, because he lived in Berkeley, the most liberal ass place, and then also, Jewish psychoanalyst. The stereotype of that is like a atheist liberal, right? Wouldn't you say? Somebody who votes Democrat, not Republican. And also like has these like sort of like broad-minded and sort of secular like kind of like new thought, like these kind of like these hallmarks of this like liberality and this like this way of thinking that they're known for, which I was identifying as like this modern the modern therapist is invariably a liberal, right? And like so Bernie Apfelbaum. On the face, if you drove past his practice in Berkeley and you saw him on his front steps, I would forgive you and myself for pinning him as a liberal, right? Wouldn't you say? But
because liberals have run with his ideas.
Yeah. Well, not his, but the gems of psychoanalysis. They've run with those. But let me say this: he's not a liberal. That's the coolest thing. He's a liberal hunter, and he gives you the sword. It's awesome.
Okay, I get it.
It's crazy. Are you ready to go on?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so. Where were we? Oh, right here. Okay, so as is well known, Freud discouraged patients from reading the literature. The Catholic Church. The idea being that it would take the fizz out of the sessions. This set the precedent for having patients come to the message on their own. This set the precedent.
With only hints from the analysts.
Oh, with only hints from that. So implying it, making it more powerful to them, right? Saying it indirectly and letting them think of it first, or think they thought of it first. Inception, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Which makes it hard to argue with, especially if you think you came to it on your own. No one else but Schaeffer had the nerve or the wit to make explicit the assumption that the interpretations of the time were wholly based, and by the time he means, I think he means the minutes of the session, like, because like they talk about our time is up. You've heard that cliche.
Yeah.
It's like the minutes or whatever. Okay, so I don't know, maybe, or of the time, maybe just means at that time. I don't know, but no one else but Schaeffer had the nerve or the wit to make explicit the assumption that the interpretations of the time were wholly based on showing patients that they are responsible for their lives, that they chose it, and no one else did. No one else but Schaeffer had the nerve or wit to make explicit that assumption. He's saying that Schaeffer
They would tell their patients.
He set up here, yeah. He set up here. Schaeffer says up here that it's like a, what's it called? When you don't even have to say something. It's unspoken. What's it called? Unspoken rule or unspoken truth or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Self-evident. Like it's almost like. Yeah, but it's almost like so basic that it's not worth. It's almost like the number axioms are a great example of this, which is like the identity rule. A equals A. What's that? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, that's the identity rule. It means that A equals A. And it's like, why is that helpful? Oh, I guess it is helpful because it seems self-evident, but you do need a name for that, I guess, later on, as you build on top of these things. You know?
Principles, axioms.
Yeah, but some of them are so freaking simple.
Presuppositions.
Some of them are, some of these presuppositions are so incredibly simple that you wouldn't even think of them. You know? Unless somebody wrote them down diligently. A equals A. A equals A, the identity rule? Come on, that's like, you would never think of that yourself. That seems like you would never actually come to that on your own. That's like somebody was so fucking autistic that they came up with that, you know? And God bless them. Anyway, this is something that Bernard Apfelbaum is saying that that this man, Schaeffer, put down in writing one of these unspoken axioms or presuppositions of psychoanalysis right here, and he states it flatly and doesn't even feel the need to defend it because it's such a fundamental psychoanalytic assumption. So let's hear what Schaeffer says. Not that all of one's life is thus unconsciously altered, arranged, and disclaimed, but psychoanalytic interpretation deals methodically and specifically with the large part of one's life that is one's own action. It's so fundamental that nobody even says that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the fish in water. Have you heard that metaphor before? Like fish don't know what water is or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So
like
you would never tell a fish, hey, you know that we're in water, right?
What the fuck's water? Yeah, exactly.
But you're saying that Schaeffer would actually tell his patients, hey, by the way, we're here to tell you that everything is your fault. So just FYI. That's what we're doing here.
But you remember how you were clapping proudly and almost crying when I was reading what Schaeffer said a few paragraphs up? Because you agreed with it so much?
Yeah.
You were agreeing so hard. Okay, so like, there's pretty like noble, heroic stuff. Calling someone to action, right? Okay. Schaeffer did not share this quote with his patients. Is the point. He didn't even think it was important enough to defend, meaning he made this comment like offhand. I don't think this was like one of the things that he was trying to defend, because like Apfelbaum states, he doesn't elaborate or provide sort of substance. You know, it seems like he's claiming this like an axiom that doesn't need to be defended, right? In passing, right, about psychoanalysis. And this is probably not something that he says to his patients. You know, it would never come up because it's so fundamental. They don't even need to hear it, right? But actually, perhaps I could be wrong. Maybe he is saying that he shared this with his patients, like by making explicitly clear. Ooh, you got me, and I'm getting tired. You are right. I think there is something there. Okay.
Because it started out by saying that Freud normally didn't encourage people to read the material.
Right. Okay.
But Schaeffer would explicitly tell them, we're psychoanalyzing you to determine that everything that's happened to you is your fault.
Let's go back a little bit more. It's okay. We can go back. Jared really agreed with this part. There's no better way to make clear what this meant in actual practice than to turn to Roy Schaeffer's action language. He proposed that psychoanalysis has a lot in common with existential therapy. Both attempts to show people that they are making unconscious choices on the assumption that when they recognize that they already are choosing unconsciously, that they will be able to take responsibility for their lives by making conscious choices. He even says that if there is no action, there is no change. Hence, interpretation should be couched in the language of action. Wow. I want to fucking lift those 30-pound weights you got right now. Right now. Schaeffer recognizes that there are areas of real helplessness, but this is the important part. But this is the real crucial part right here, Jared. He declares that these areas are simply not available to interpretation. You can't say anything about those things as an analyst to a patient. You can't say anything meaningful about those things in your interpretation that you give them. Like the thing that the analyst is paying you for, the thing that they're paying you fucking $900 an hour or whatever the fuck it is for, which is little fucking meat ticket counters print out at the end of the session and the analyst says something, right? That's what you're paying for, right? Unless you just want to talk to somebody who doesn't say anything, you could talk to a wall then, right? But you want to pay someone to say something back to you, right? That's the interpretation. That's the money. That's the gravy. That's the money ticket. That's the really important
No, they can
thing.
only say what
Okay.
they see in front of them. They can't say anything about what they don't see in front of them.
So what he's saying is that interpretation, that the analyst provides cannot say anything about areas of real helplessness. He can only say something about areas of areas that they can take responsibility for, they can do something about, areas of actionable areas. That's what I meant. Actionable areas. And that's what he said. Action language. Yeah. Okay. Action language implies actionable things. What does actionable mean? It means you are able to make that action. But there's also, like in that example earlier, perhaps 95% of your troubles are because of things your parents did to you, which you are not able to make actions in any way, in any regard to change. Right? Right?
But
Yeah.
5% was your experience, which you did have the ability to make action to change.
Now pay me $900 an hour so I can shame you about it in these elaborate ways. Yeah.
But the original assumption that people are 95% a victim is kind of fucked.
Sometimes it's true. I don't think I'm 95% a victim, but can you picture somebody being 95% a victim, Jared?
No.
Okay.
I mean, only as a child.
Fucking
As a child, yes.
like a Darfur, like
like-
Sudanese child soldier, like
No, I mean, people
Okay.
who chose to join the army.
no,
and then
I'm
they-
talking about 6-year-old who's like raped and into
Yes,
killing and
everything
eating
that happened to
people
you
and
as a
shit.
child. Everything that
Yeah.
happened to you as a child was you had very little.
When you're like blood in, like you're sexed into a gang and shit, and like I'm saying like all kinds of shit.
I guess
that,
so childhood is the excuse for
childhood
for
is
not
pretty good excuse.
your childhood. Being a child is supposedly the only real excuse to being not accountable to your unconscious actions.
Age of accountability.
Yeah, there's an age of accountability.
What is that age? The Bible doesn't say. What the Bible says is that God knows for every person what the moment of accountability is. Because God knows the heart. God's the only person, the only spirit in the entire cosmos that can read the heart. It's not invisible to him.
Do you think that it's not invisible to everyone? If somebody's a child or not, by their actions?
Can you judge perfectly with 100% certainty whether or not somebody's old enough to be accountable for their actions? Like, if you were the judge, you were given the Judge Judy robe, could you do it, Jared?
I'm not saying I would. I'm saying that it's not invisible and it's not unapparent.
Is it impossible?
Yes, we can judge
Is
to
it
some degree
possible?
of certainty.
With some degree, but not 100%. Because
No.
humans can't read the heart. There's an axiom in the Bible: only God can read the heart. Isn't that profound? If you
No,
think
but
about
we
it?
can. No, but we're judged by our actions, not by our hearts. By other
True,
people.
but the heart still exists.
Okay, but
God reads the heart.
The heart doesn't matter when the action is palpable. Not when the action of like had somebody killed or raped or whatever it was. You know what I mean? If it affected
We're
somebody.
talking about the age of accountability, remember? So intention does matter in this context.
Yeah. So let's say a child gets somebody killed.
Yeah, like,
They would blame
remember
the
that
parents.
dream I had?
They would blame the
I'm not
parents.
going to repeat it, but do you remember the dream I had, like, that I told you about the other night? I almost got popped by a kid. Yeah, anyway, that was crazy. But let's say that happened, Jared. Let's say that was reality. You know, I actually got, like, mowed down by a 6-year-old or something, what would you do to that 6-year-old? These are the tough questions, guys.
Yeah, that is a really tough question.
All right, so where do you want to go from here? Do you want to keep reading?
How much more till the next part?
Well, I went back up. Here's where we are right now. See, that's the Freud quote coming down. I think we were at right here. And then, okay, so I'm going to say, what should we do? I'm going to remember that.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Do you want to finish this section?
Yeah, let's try to finish this section.
Alright, let's, I know we love talking. Let's try to do this, though. I'm going to set a timer. And let's do this, Jared. How about this? Let's try not to talk while until the timer rings, okay? We'll just read. We won't comment. So like 10 minutes. And write down your questions on that whiteboard. Ready? So you'll write it down on there, remember?
I don't remember.
Or get a pencil and paper. Okay.
I'll put it in notepad.
Okay. Why is this on, dude? This has been on the whole time. Great job.
Only for the last 5 minutes or something.
No, for the past hour and a half. That's going to be a wild recording. I bet it sounds good, though. Don't worry. Don't sweat it.
Is the music really low?
No. Look. But I bet it's okay. Let's just... Don't sweat it, Jared, because, like, the most important thing is you understand this. Not that we made a great recording, even though that would suck. But, come on. Let's keep going, okay? Ready? Ready to keep going? Hey, Jared, think about it this way. If this recording is truly botched, we could have Seth on or something and explain all this to him and do another recording.
Okay.
You know you're going to have to explain this to somebody at some point, right? That'd be a good way to, that would be a good capstone project for you, Jared, is to teach it to somebody else. And that could be your shit. But I still think this came out fine. Let's find out later, but can we keep going now?
Yeah, close that fucking window.
Stupid ass Caramellos.
No, it didn't. No, it was just because the windows are so small that there wasn't. There's supposed to be a little thing. I asked you to check too. I was like, hey, check to see if it's still going, and then you checked the wrong window.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Jared. It's unfortunate. It really is. Also, that just closed. I think that just closed our... That totally just ended our stream. Unless it doesn't need the... Does it need to be on YouTube?
Control Shift T.
It, like, it fucking crashed. It crashed, man.
Go to the YouTube. Go to
Okay.
YouTube.
It's like, I can't handle this 4-hour stream. Okay. 3.5 hours.
Still going.
Still going. Oops. What was that? I shouldn't do that. That's like Matrix shit. I just paused the stream. Okay. Close that. Do you think I don't need it open, Jared? In fact, do you want to test this out by going outside and seeing if that shit's on still? Hey guys, sorry about the technical issues. You know what? My bad. My bad, Jared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was my bad because I am the producer and I am on the laptop. So I'm sorry, Jared. I was not paying attention. I might have ruined the recording. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. It was my responsibility. See? I took responsibility. I don't want to get a delay going. Oh, it's in your headphones.
It's not too bad.
Silly Billy.
It's silly.
I'm a
though.
silly Billy.
Yeah. We can still hear each other though.
Good.
But it's just fucking weird that there's just this.
Thank you,
random
Lord.
music.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father. Okay. Well, let's trudge on through this section. All right, guys. I don't even know where the fuck it is. Wait. All right. Wait. Wrong.
Oh my god! It was like YouTube playing my AI generated hodgepodge of all the songs I listen to on YouTube, to fucking, you know what I mean, to like be like a distraction from a really important. God,
I hate that shit. It's like Sabotage, the demon shit I was talking about, where I got blasted by that high-pitched frequency at like a high volume in my ear just before we started recording. That was wild. Okay. I think the universe is so mad that we're putting this out there. So expect a tidal wave, Jared. But I'm pretty brave because I have God. I don't know what you have to weather the storm.
I have rats.
Awesome.
I have divine
protection?
Divine protection from Carney Mata.
From me praying for you. All right, so
No, rats give me fucking plus 17 luck. Okay.
and not killing
Each-
spiders and
each
not,
rat.
and not killing spiders.
Yeah, and not killing spiders, I
Yeah.
guess. And putting crickets outside
All right.
because they're tiny musicians.
All works. No, it's grace through faith. You are a Catholic if you think you have to do all that superstitious crap. Okay, ready?
It's not...
You ready?
Okay, yeah.
Alrighty, we're gonna continue, guys. Let's do this. Let's climb this freaking mountain. Okay. Yeah, we said Freud didn't like people reading the literature. What Schaefer did, I guess, which is good, was to make it more obvious that analysts did not have time for what patients were genuinely helpless about. In addition, he said the quiet part out loud, essentially. Have you heard that phrase?
Yeah.
Okay. In addition to having little to offer patients who were genuinely helpless, who suffered from so-called ego deficits, that may be the hardest thing to take responsibility for. That is, to take responsibility for not being able to take responsibility. Is that a trip or what?
Yeah, for real.
All right.
Yeah.
He's a genius, dude. Okay. It should not be surprising, therefore, that the analysts of the period were faced with the same dilemma Freud faced. Should they reconsider their approach, or should they avoid patients who can't or won't take it? Unlike Freud, they chose to screen out patients. This became such a preoccupation that at the time it seemed as if most analysts, there's a typo, were more concerned with how to not do analysis than with how to do it. This work went in two directions. The first were contributions to refining the criteria of analyzability, with the differential being between weak egos and strong egos. This was ego psychology. See above. And Jared, note difference between ego psychology and ego analysis. You know, these things, it's like you don't want to confuse them. So like ego analysis is what Bernard Apfelbaum calls his kind of theory, his overarching theory, which I respect. Ego analysis. Ego psychology is that basically this way that the 50s psychoanalysts were contriving ways to block out patients who were not taking their fucking medicine. Yeah. Ego psychology. Basically a new way of blaming patients for things like that really aren't, things that they should be blamed for. Remember how you don't no, I don't want to fuck my mother, actually, right? That's a thing? Okay, so let's continue. It's a new way of doing that. New way of blaming patients for things that they're not actually guilty of.
You're saying like they would deny them service and blame them for not being psychoanalyzable because they disagreed with the premises?
No, because using the language of Schaefer, it'd be because you seem to think that all your problems are outside of your control. So we cannot help you. And it's like, dude, I'm a paraplegic. Like, fuck you. Like, I'm a paraplegic who has like these mental health problems, and I've lost all my limbs in a freak accident because of a Somalian truck driver or whatever. You know, and you're gonna tell me that I am playing a victim, that I'm victimizing myself. You're gonna tell me that, you know? It's kind of fucked up, don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay, so like that's what they all do, though, Jared. They all turn it around on you on a whim. First, they love bomb you a little bit by sympathizing with you and trying to provide empathy, and then they'll just turn it around on a whim, just as a power move. If they get mad at you, the therapist, like a liberal, yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
So like the purpose isn't to help you, but to manipulate you and social engineer you.
But Schaefer, you were clapping earlier. What he was saying was like, it's so important to fucking drive people to action. And sometimes he thought maybe tough love, like tell the paraplegic that he's fucking being a boohoo ass victim, so a victimizing ass motherfucker. That's how you help him. And I know the gears are turning in your head, and you're like, well, that might actually work, right? Yeah.
Not to a paraplegic, but there are a lot of instances, and this is actually reminding me of a situation that I had lately where I had a friend who was like he doesn't try, and he allows himself to just like. He allows his body to deteriorate, and he doesn't do anything.
People do that. This and also he's not. This is.
And it's like
that's a misunderstanding of ego
and
analysis.
it's like
to
all
say
I
that
can tell him is like, dude,
yeah.
You just need to actually want it, and you actually need to go out and choose to do it.
I can't wait.
That's all it is.
You want me to provide you the ego analytic interpretation of your friend? Do a little triage on your friend right now.
What?
Well, first tell me the problem. Just describe it so I know what I'm dealing with here.
He's looking for a job, and no one will. No, he's looking for a job, and nobody wants to give him a
Should
job.
you be talking about this on the stream?
It's anonymous.
All right. Well, tell me the situation here.
He's looking for a job, and no one wants to give him a job because he looks like a complete failure.
What does he look like?
You know, he's like, you know, like death metal, all death metaled out, black death, you know, death metal stuff.
Okay.
But I'm saying
Does he have like greasy hair, like unkept, dirty appearance or whatever?
Yeah, but
Does he
he
smell?
tries.
Does he smell?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, really? Okay.
But he tries to like dress up for work. But it's like the way he carries himself, the unconscious look on his face, and like the fact that when he's trying to sound smart, he looks more dumb.
Does he try to sound smart?
He has to.
But wait, do you observe him like trying to sound smart or whatever?
No, I'm saying this is what his approach is in trying to get a job.
Oh, to sound smart in an interview.
Yeah, or in any kind of like business setting where he's trying to present himself as a competent professional. Yeah, like, and he literally.
What's
he literally
is it too? You're gonna break the anonymity if you tell me what the job is like that he does, right?
No, it won't. But it's. What do you mean the job that he does? He can't get a job.
I want to know what he was applying for. Don't worry if you can't talk about it.
No, he was applying for anything.
Think about it. Okay.
For any job,
Anything.
any entry level work. Yes.
Okay, let me say something. Okay, so keep going. Yeah.
And he thinks that he's too stupid. He's like, you don't understand. I'm so stupid. I can't do. I can't. I literally am not smart enough to have a job. And like I asked the government for money, but I'm also like, the government's denying my money because I fucked up because I was so stupid that I accidentally lied on the paperwork or something, because, you know, it's like he sabotages himself by giving up or failing because
So
he's not.
hating on himself because of all the failures.
Yeah, and then just
lack of success
and just choosing to believe that he's stupid and that he can't do anything.
So then sort of becoming a little bit masochistic maybe, where it's like or sour grapes. I always think of that is where it's like I can't get something. Well, maybe I'm just gonna fucking give up and fucking hate that thing instead.
No, but he doesn't know when I told him when I called him on it and said that he was giving up. He got really like
He was like fuck you, I'm not giving up.
Like I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up
right
just
there.
because I failed and I'm too stupid. I keep failing.
Pause,
Doesn't mean I'm giving up.
This is seriously like so perfect. This is so perfect, and it's so perfect because it is like in the you provided an interpretation that created a reaction, right? If you were a therapist and they were the patient, that's what it would have been, right? You provided an interpretation to them and they got offended, right?
Yeah.
So, ego analysis. Bernard Apfelbaum, you know where he starts?
What?
When he provides an interpretation to his patient? Alright, so then, first of all, back up. You said to this friend of yours, that they were giving up, right?
You're giving up and you're not just choosing to push to try better, not just try harder, try better. You know what I mean? And like actually try, and he's like, and then he's just saying like you don't understand. I'm too
heated.
stupid.
That's when he became.
I'm too stupid.
But okay, I would ask this: at what point did it become heated? And it was probably because of something you said.
It wasn't heated. He has
Okay.
This is the kind of guy that like his nuts have been cut as I don't know. Like he can't.
Is he always heated, or is he can't get heated?
It's really hard for him to get heated.
Oh, so he wasn't even moping when he said that?
No, he was moping.
But was he more mopey than regular?
He was moping.
When did he get mopier? What comment made him mopier?
Saying that he gave up.
And then he went like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
Okay.
But it wasn't like. But it's like.
Wait, pause, because here's where Bernard Apfelbaum would start. First of all, he'd be listening to this guy talk, right? And then he'd maybe have the information that you had when you made that interpretation, right? About what this dude is up to in his life, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Bernard Apfelbaum would analyze his counter-transference. Do you know what that means? Okay. His meaning himself. Bernard Apfelbaum would start by analyzing his own counter-transference of the patient. Do you know what that means? In layman's terms, it means he would observe how the patient is making him, Bernard Apfelbaum, feel. How is this person making me feel when he's talking and I'm listening to a story? How is he making me feel? How did your friend make you feel as he was like fucking being a fucking pussy or whatever?
He was asking me for advice on how he can better present himself to employers so that he can trick them into or something. You know what I mean? And I was like,
how did he make you feel prior to you saying something that sort of set him off or made him mopier? Well, how did he make you feel?
It made me feel frustrated.
Before you made that
it made me feel frustrated.
The way he was acting,
way
he was telling you that he was so fucking like a victim. He was so fatalistic and just intent on losing, intent on failing. Yeah.
I can't go to most jobs because I need a car, and I can't get a car because I just can't get a license. I can't get a license because I don't know anybody who has a car, and you need a car to go to get the license.
And also, may I add, I'm actually using my imagination here. Can you tell me if this is true?
What?
Did it sound kind of like cringy, like kind of in the, this is pathetic that like you think this is like convincing stuff that you're saying right now, and I think we both know that you're like, you don't have your heart in what you're saying right now. It's like fucking, you're just like having half-hearted excuses, and you're kind of cringy and fucking lame that you're like, this is what you're saying right now, It's so cringy, right? Like, did you feel like that?
Yeah.
Okay, like they're out in my car. I live without my car. There's my aunt. There's not my aunt. Well, it's the weather. If it's not the weather, or something. I don't know. I'm just making fun of this dude. I don't know. But the way you were saying it, the way it made me felt is that you were seriously like, gosh, like you have some like scorn or scoffingness to the way that he is as a person.
And it may also make me feel guilty
Yeah.
because like I don't like being
Like he's pathetic, and you're just like, don't be pathetic.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, like don't like stop being pathetic, and like come on, bro, like you know what to do. Come on.
We're doing ego analytic triage right now, just
Like-
so you know, Jared. And it starts with the analyst analyzing the countertransference first of how the patient's making them feel as they listen to them and their story and listen and look at this person in front of them, encounter them. That's where the further developing interpretations are rooted in, is in your countertransference.
Put that in a glass, please.
Okay, I'm gonna say that for the mic, and maybe this is the end of this part of that stream, maybe, or do you still want to keep going? Oh, we have to finish the section. Oh my gosh.
We don't have to. You could. It's
Let's
your show.
try
You
it.
can, you can. Okay.
I'm gonna put that. We're just gonna do it. No comments. Okay, but let me say this first. Okay, this is actually really important, Jared. I'm saying this. I wanna stay humble and say that I am not as smart as Mr. Bernie Appletree. Okay. Apfelbaum, that's
Yeah.
like Yiddish for apple tree, I think. I looked it up one time. Anyway, okay, ready? So, I'm not as smart as him, and like I don't want to claim to understand his work completely, even though I fucking rehosted it and whatever, right? However, I think I'm so just that's a disclaimer. I don't know, and I could be very far off sometimes, but let me just say this: I think every ego analytic interpretation has to be rooted in and stem from first analyzing your own countertransference that you're experiencing with this patient or whatever, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's fundamental.
But where do you go after that?
That's fundamental. And you know what every liberal ever doesn't do is consciously and like with like bearing their full adult mind and not freaking out about it like Donnie Zeus, like but like being self-controlled and sober and continent, observing their own countertransference that's occurring in the presence of their patient. They don't do that, and that's something that id analytic modes of therapy like specifically stop from happening, because that is analyzing the superego from the perspective of the ego, which they are like intent on not doing because it would make therapy helpful, which they would hate because they're evil and wicked.
Why would it be helpful to analyze the superego from the perspective of the ego?
That process we just went through with where you just started did a little catechism. You know what a catechism is? It's like a series of asking questions, answering them to find out what you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you can actually develop knowledge that way. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a generative principle. But when I started prompting you to ask you questions about your countertransference with your friend when he was telling you his deal, and then you gave your interpretation, right, that set him off, made him mopier. Well, I said the ego analyst would first, before they gave an interpretation, they would first analyze their own countertransference of this, what they're experiencing with this patient, right? How this patient's making them feel. They would honestly evaluate the judgmental, mean, and cruel things that are running through their head about this person, who they actually do love, maybe, if they're a good person.
I do care about him.
Yeah, but then we always have these swimming thoughts, right? Consciousness is a stream. Okay, so
No,
like,
it's just
yeah.
no. It's just it made me feel uncomfortable because of how I felt guilty for feeling pity and like embarrassment for him.
This is so crucial. You're getting into the deepest roots of this shit right now, but it's also late. Anyway, that's important, because when you actually want to forge an interpretation and give it to your friend that it's a useful one, when it's rooted in those
how your ego
truth
feels.
of, you know exactly how he's making you feel, and you're actually weaving your interpretation with that front and center. This is how you're making me feel, and I'm not making you responsible for that. I know this is countertransference. This is something that's being generated just like kind of interpersonally between us that I'm not totally responsible for. Like it's this dynamic thing that we are not in control of when we interact with each other. There is something that happens, and that's what the interpersonal people are talking about. Yeah.
But the point of acknowledging countertransference is because you said it's
important clues. It contains important clues to make an interpretation that's actually helpful to that person.
And it's helpful to them because it's an authentic.
You know what happened when we explored those feelings, Jared? You discovered a source of empathy for them that wasn't contrived, but real.
And why is that? How is that?
Oh, well, you started to analyze why, what you felt when he was talking, and why you felt that way, right? You're like, why is he making me feel like that? Like that kind of thing, right? So like when you're analyzing yourself and, sort of arriving at pretty solid sort of conclusions through this catechism that you're doing with yourself, well,
how is that helpful to him?
it's so helpful, because it's not helpful yet. It has not yet become helpful. It becomes helpful when you give them an interpretation. You like hand them that, right? Like, here's some food for thought or whatever, right?
Yeah, my food for thought was
yeah.
Like, dude, why don't you...
Dude, fucking stop being such a fucking pussy. How about that? Right? Okay, so like, Jared, listen. That interpretation might help, right? But it won't make him feel better. But in the short term, and it's kind of probably not the most helpful. You know what's more helpful? Saying something that probably contains some call to action, but that was originally rooted in you understanding how he was making you feel, first of all. That's the foundational insight of ego analysis.
I was trying.
Okay.
I was trying to get him to understand the concept.
And then you can apply that dynamic not with just an interlocutor, like an external person. You can apply that dynamic with yourself, because the superego is your relationship with yourself. So you can, instead of being in the courtroom being persecuted by yourself all the time, which is something Apfelbaum addresses, persecuting superego complexes and stuff. Instead of that, you become your own defense lawyer, and also like a really excellent one who's able to win every single case and be on your side, be on your own side, and love yourself.
Yeah, you could. Okay. So
while not deflecting or dismissing your responsibility for things.
Okay. So okay. So yeah. So if we're gonna use the superego as a way to
love ourselves and
to
help ourselves grow. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to generate something helpful, an interpretation out of this interaction, the relationship interaction.
I'm not claiming I know exactly what
I would
that
say.
would be for your friend.
So the reason why I would be reacting with
anger,
with
rage,
with cringe.
Oh, cringe
From feeling embarrassment for him, and because I feel you're making me feel guilty that I pity you. Like I don't want to feel pity for you. That's the way that I would feel about myself if I had that attitude. So I'm mirroring back the kind of self-love and relationship that I would have with myself if I was
for that person.
If I was having that attitude, I'm mirroring how I would react to that to myself, to them, which in turn is giving them a new perspective that they might not have on how to address themselves when they're having
exactly. It's kind of like being calm around Donnie Zeus or something. But let me say this again, Jared. Jessica said this morning that you had mom's heart. That's the only reason why this sword is useful in your hands, is because you have a heart and you are aware of it, You're not afraid of it. You're willing to look at it and describe it and be aware of it and stuff like that. That's the person who should have that sword. Not a heartless person, not a wicked person, but a person who has a heart and believes in love, is a lover. Yeah. Because that's what that tool's for. You know what it'll be used by a wicked person for? Excusing every single sin on earth. In a corrupt way. Anyway, what?
Yeah, let's try to get through this.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is that these things that we're talking about are super important, but like everything else, and this is, you know, explicated in this article over and over again, one person makes an amazing, brilliant insight, and then hordes of wolves like corrupt it for decades afterwards. That's like a repeating trend, right? So like this ego analysis thing definitely could be used for evil, Jared. I know that, and I'm actually happy it's obscure.
Well, for victim blaming,
It could be used. Yeah, it's a highly sophisticated mental tool. Yeah, it gives you a lot of power if you understand it.
either like blaming somebody for getting raped, or accusing somebody for making that, or accusing somebody with that as
You could use it
as
to-
a scapegoat.
you could use
as a
it to-
scapegoat. You're saying that people should be
Exactly.
blamed for being raped. So don't listen to this guy.
It put in the tool,
You know.
put in the hands of a liberal. They could be like ultra pious, ultra sanctimonious. You know what I mean? And know how to do the word games or some shit. It's crazy. Okay, but you have a heart, so it's like, this is what makes it a cult. Is like, we don't really want everyone to.
This
know
is I feel like this is self-empowering.
What I
to
meant by that
internally.
Let me finish what I was saying there. What I meant by that you have a heart is that you have a heart for the truth. Also, you love the truth. You're actually one of those people that wants the truth, and it's like, because of that makes you eligible for wielding this tool. That you want the truth, because if you didn't want the truth, you could wield it for so much evil. That's what I'm saying. It's a powerful tool. Yeah. But it's like an amoral, neutral tool. I guess that's what I'm saying. All of these word games, all of these, like, the science of the soul is a totally amoral, neutral tool that can be used for good and evil.
Don't dismiss it as evil, and don't embrace it as being a God sent thing. Look at it as like a gun,
and be reverent,
or a sword.
Have reverence.
I guess you said a sword, a blade.
Have
a
reverence.
blade can be used to cut lettuce. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be, and it can be used for defense.
Yeah. Anyway, I am going to blast through the rest of the section without any interruption.
But I was gonna say,
Okay.
the whole concept you just reiterated again about how nothing is good and evil in and of itself.
No, I did not say that. I was
in
talking about
practice.
this specific tool, but I didn't say nothing. I said this, but I
I'm
know what
saying
you're
that
saying.
information and
Okay.
practice is not.
All right.
That's the point I'm making. Like the concepts of things.
Yeah, you're making it
in-
writ large,
outside of
generalized
outside of
concept.
practice. I think that could be a recurring thing that you could see as a pattern.
I think
But
there are
as we go
things that
along.
are just good and not like double-edged swords. I think those exist too, Jared.
I think I'd agree to disagree, because
Okay.
you may not see the function that way yet. Okay,
All right.
you've only seen
Fair
examples of it this way.
Fair enough.
All right, but anyway, I was gonna say, so I think that the superego psychoanalysis is actually really beneficial to use internally, and only externally to offer a authentic interpretation. But you should not use it for anything else outside of that externally. It has much more
Let's
use.
be careful with it.
It
Yeah,
has much more
let's
use.
use it like
inter-
with restraint and self-control and
No, but I don't
wisdom.
think, but I don't think you need to use much. I think only externally do you need to use restraint, self-control, and wisdom. Internally, it's
You can be a dictator.
you can
there.
be you can be the ultimate dictator of self-control and stoicism and accountability.
Be a total freak inside. Yeah. Okay.
A total sovereign takes ownership of everything they do.
Yeah.
Doesn't allow themselves one excuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Blames themselves for everything that they did unconsciously.
Just remember to.
You know what I mean?
Just remember to maintain your whimsy. Don't forget that. Want to keep going?
Yeah.
I'm going to blow through the rest of this, and then we're going to cut it from there. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I am. I still think I stand by that most important stream, or I'm most proud of this recording of anything I've ever done. So let's blow through the rest of this right now. The rest of this section. We're not even halfway through this paper. Oh, wait, up here. Oh dear. Okay, what Schaeffer did was to make the obvious. I already read that part. It should be surprising, therefore, that the analysts of the period were faced with the same dilemma Freud faced. Should they reconsider their approach, or should they avoid patients who can't or won't take it, like that one guy? You know?
Yeah.
Okay. Unlike Freud, they chose to screen out their patients. This became such a preoccupation that at the time it seemed as if most analysts were more concerned with how not to do analysis than how to do it. This work went into two directions. The first were contributions to refining the criteria of analyzability, with the differential being between weak egos and strong egos. This was ego psychology. Blank and blank were goods. Blank and blank 1974 were good spokespersons for what most analysts thought at the time. Here we go. Let's get to the party line here. 1974. The individual with a less than intact ego cannot tolerate psychoanalytic technique, especially abstinence from and the so-called uncovering techniques. The modified ego is usually unequal to the task of coping with the drives. Often, one of the most pressing problems in the psychotic or borderline psychotic is the failure of repression. The technical problems that come into focus are strengthening the ego so that it can contend with the drives, and taming the drives to make them less formidable to the ego. Did you understand that? It was a little bit word salad to me on first blush. On first blush, yeah.
Technical problems that come into focus are strengthening the ego so it can be contend with the drives. And taming the drives to make them less formidable to the ego. Yeah. So because if you're gonna make the ego aware of the drives, you got to make sure that you're taming the drives and strengthening the ego so that they can not like be freaked out, or the ego won't be overcome by drives, and the drives won't be so powerful to overcome the ego very much.
This delicate balancing act. You are like a well-tuned Swiss clock.
It's saying like unsuppress the drives, but not too much.
But not too little.
But not too little. Yeah.
But not too little. This analytic model is especially obvious in the Blanc's recommendation with a borderline case. This analytic model is especially obvious in the Blanc's recommendation that with a borderline case, ... the therapist responds to the request for a comment contrary to psychoanalytic technique. In psychoanalysis, the intact ego can tolerate unresponsiveness for the sake of elaborating fantasies, like not saying anything to the patient. I think that's what that means, Jared. Not responding is a response in itself.
Yeah.
Fucking tricky bastards. Okay. In psychoanalysis, the intact ego can tolerate unresponsiveness for the sake of elaborating fantasies. In borderline structures, failure to respond at such a point as the therapist, I guess, constitutes abandonment, analogous to the unavailability of the mother in the separation individuation phase. They're saying, like, in these borderline people, as the analyst, if you don't say something every 35 seconds or something, like, they're gonna flip out or something like that, right?
Borderline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess a fear about.
If you don't like concretely affirm them every 30 seconds, right? Okay, so like and agree and nod and everything. Yeah.
Mommy,
Yeah, exactly. What is it
where'd
saying
you
here?
go, Mommy?
Let's go back. What is it saying here? The analytic model is especially obvious in Blanc's recommendation that with a borderline case. So he's saying, look, these bitches are crazy. That's what he's saying. Okay, and like that's the psychoanalytic interpretation. That is the interpretation. Is these bitches are crazy, and like that's what that's saying in so many words. I can't help them. They're so fucking crazy.
Borderline. There's men that have borderline personality disorders too. Okay.
I know, but do you see what he's saying? Do you detect the note of like exasperatedness in that person's voice? The quote.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I throw my hands up, or I wash my hands of you. Okay, strengthening the ego and taming the drives refers to what analysts did when they were not doing analysis. With patients who were not analyzable, you did therapy. And there was a lot of concern with figuring out what the difference was between psychoanalysis and psychotherapy, now a largely obsolete issue. With especially fragile patients, what you were supposed to do was to strengthen their reality sense. And you did this by talking to them about their daily lives, having them be diaristic, kind of like, I don't want to say anything, but you know what that reminds me of, right?
Diaristic.
We're not going to talk about people in our lives. Let's go on. Okay, I just hope you're following. Anyway, this was thought to be therapeutic in itself, although if the patient had some obviously distorted idea about someone, you gently showed them how they could look at it differently. But you also spent a lot of time just chatting. I remember one very intelligent paranoid man I saw during this period, just after he dropped out of treatment with a well-known analyst. He said he quit because he did not get why this therapist insisted on making small talk when he had serious problems to deal with. And this is exactly my experience with 24-year-old like frail liberal women therapists. They just wanted small talk and then be like, well, I think your problem is just a self-esteem issue and maybe take Lexapro. Yeah.
I do not envy you for dealing with therapists as an adult. I only dealt with therapists mainly as a child.
I know. Well, it was only in my 20s. I stopped, but yeah. You want to continue?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Oh yeah. Okay. As in any relationship, it was unclear who was indulging whom. If this approach sounds absurd, I should say that it sounded just as absurd at the time. Fucking two people spouting kind lies, unkind untruths about each other in their heads, and like the analyst is spouting unkind untruths. Maybe that's not the right word, but let me go ahead and go on. But because you reacted, it's true. Remember, that was like one of Freud's premises.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he later corrected. Nobody caught on. Just making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah.
In a paper, immensely popular during this period, Eisler proposed that one could introduce parameters in treatment if they were resolved. To translate, you could deviate from standard procedure if you did it in a carefully delimited way. The paper was popular for two reasons. First, it reassured everybody that there was a standard treatment protocol that everyone followed, a now preposterous notion. And second, it reassured everybody that they could deviate from it. Also, the slogan went the rounds that not everything is conflict, meaning that sometimes you have ego deficits rather than inhibitions caused by conflicts. the psychoanalytic term for these, as it were, real psychic incapabilities that Schaeffer real psychic incapacities that Schaeffer made clear were thought to lie outside the purview of the psychoanalysis of the time, the conflict model, because they were beyond choice. We discussed that. Also the slogan went the rounds. Not everything is conflict, meaning that sometimes you have ego deficits. Real psychic incapacities that Schaeffer made clear were thought to lie outside the. So yeah, slogan made rounds, basically saying not everything is conflict, aka not everything can be addressed in therapy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The work of Hartman and his colleagues in the early 50s, metapsychology, that is, theoretical ego psychology, also known as the structural model, I guess that's what it's called, was a remarkably arid effort to account for non-conflict related psychic structures. Non-conflict related psychic structures. Wow, that's a big one. It essentially ran the structure concept into the ground and was in fact buried along with it. See Bob Holt on the death of metapsychology. Moving on. So much for trying to hold the line. By this time, the negative reaction to psychoanalysis was growing, and a number of brief approaches sprang up in the late 60s and 70s, all admittedly a remedy to remedy the situation, and all believing that patients needed to be hit harder, sooner. The revelation of the period was that analysts were wasting patients' time and money, taking forever to get to the point. Fritz Perls wasted no time. Don't say can't, say won't. If this sounds like Schaeffer's action language, it is because Perls, out of Berlin, was the past president of the South African Psychoanalytic Institute. I guess, is that where Schaeffer's from? I don't know. In retrospect, it almost seems as if the forces of id analysis were mobilizing for one all-out last stand, colorfully typified by the unmasking fervor that, I think it's that, ran through these rambunctious therapies. There was an unmasking fervor. That's a good phrase for it, right, Jared? Being like, what are you hiding? As a technique for helping somebody.
Yeah.
As a helper. Yeah, okay, ready? So there was Perls in a film on Gestalt therapy telling a soft-spoken woman that speaking softly is really a sign of cruelty. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
In Gestalt therapy verbatim, he declared that the good boy is really a spiteful brat. Have I said that really is the id analytic word?
Is really.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what's really going on. Okay, so my all-time favorite line from the period was in a paper on an encounter group, in which, do you know what an encounter group is, Jared? Consciousness raisers in the 70s?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, let's write just a little supplementary thing right here.
Are you not going to look up encounter group?
Oh, okay, I'll search that too.
Why does that have to be fucking political? That is not conscious.
Yeah.
We have to raise consciousness about state laws and statism and be taking a part in voting and politics and cultural Marxism.
I know.
That's raising the
because
consciousness
it started
level.
out, because these things started out in the age of Quaaludes when everyone was like really like having these like kind of like abstract like but like interesting like innovations in I mean the 60s, but I'm just saying like there was some cool where it wasn't just political. It was like, no, we're gonna all get together and encounter each other. Like, that's hardcore. You know what I mean? That these moms and shit were doing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was right off of the
Yeah.
60s and the psychedelic age.
Okay, so
The tragedy of what became
what was it
of
called
that.
again? I should have just searched that.
Man, if the government
Encounter group. Okay, let's look at that.
If the government hadn't started splicing all the drugs and weaponizing acid and all that shit, think of what could have happened. Yeah. Think of what how culture could have really changed.
Well, that's basically such a vague ass definition. A group of people who meet to gain psychological benefit through close contact with one another. Kind of like, I don't know, like having friends or something. Okay, that's so funny. That's how they define it. It's more specific than that, but that's the definition of friendship, by the way. Okay, so isn't that interesting? That's good to note, guys. Like, because I was going to say this
Every
earlier.
friendship is an encounter group.
I was going to say this earlier, Jared. You know what therapy really is? Like the kind that people pay for? It's a failure of it's one failure. It's just one therapy session, one therapy patient equals one failure of, I guess, another person in that person's life to be a good friend to them. So they didn't need to go to therapy, but they could have talked through it with a friend.
A real friend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the absence of real friends, there's a marketplace for therapists.
Instead of friend groups, you have encounter groups. But it didn't start out like that. It started out as these hippy dippy things. These guys did have friends back then. It was much more social back then. But these hippies were pretty cool.
A T groups?
I don't know.
Oh, training group? Or training group. It's a training group, so I get it. Yeah, so it's like...
Alrighty.
So
it's all about analyzing the transference and countertransference like we were discussing. I don't think they use those terms, though. But, yeah.
But seeing somebody
how they
else's
feel
reaction
in their
and
presence.
And how you feel to what you're saying and doing. Yeah.
But they don't use those terms, and you know what, Jared? They get lost in the sauce, and they lose track of the super ego.
Yeah, well, usually the purpose of the group is to give yourself to a higher power.
Yeah.
Instead of...
Talk about... Yeah, okay, so... My all-time favorite line from the period was in a paper on an encounter group in which the leader reported an exchange with a member who, just having arrived for the session, remarked on what a nice day it was. The leader wasted no time. "It's a nice day outside, but you are not outside. You are here, inside." From Est, you know about Est? Yeah, we'll look it up later. To Synanon, and also I mentioned Scientology earlier, but yeah, all these like bully cults. It was open season on patients. Although the Gestalt approach still exists in some form, all the rest are gone. They're passing unremarked on. Had id analysts been less scrupulous about choosing patients, and had they been as direct in laying on their interpretations, psychoanalysis, that is id analysis, itself might have been unmasked sooner. I want to read that one. Oh, he's saying that the way they screened out patients like was a cover that kept the fucking game going longer, basically. Okay. The line finally cracked, and it was Kohut who did it. See the two analyses of Mr. Z plus 2. And that's a hyperlink to another article on this website if you want to read that later, Jared. That one's about Kohut. Not only were there all these patients who could not tolerate analysis. Also, Jared, once you've read this article, you are going to breeze through the rest, because this is the Mount Everest. We're starting on Mount Everest. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so you're like so fucking... You have no idea how fucking... how strong you're getting right now. Okay. Not only were there all these patients who could not tolerate analysis, it turned out that there also were a growing number of analysts who could not tolerate it either. To put it another way, analysts were increasingly uncomfortable with the siege mentality of the classical model. See a key to where the bodies are buried in psychoanalysis. Holy crap, I didn't actually link that. Uh-oh. Okay. That's where we're going to stop for tonight. The next session, guys, a section in this article is titled Making Sense of the Negative Therapeutic Reaction. And that's where it gets good. Like I said, we left base camp today, but we are not anywhere near the summit. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you have any final thoughts, Jared?
Yeah, that it's crazy that this started in the early century of 1900s, and it's taken us
The late 1800s is when Freud got started, like in the 1880s,
late
1890s. Yeah.
Okay, but basically 100 years of failure to understand these
These fuckers
things.
should be ashamed of themselves for never helping anybody because they're so petty. Oh, yeah.
No, but it's like, no, because a lot of people have already dismissed it, and it's supposed to be like, oh well, it didn't work, so back to the old model.
Yeah.
It's just demons.
Yeah. Oh, back to the old model. It's everything is a demon. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
don't agree with that either, Jared. You should know that.
Well-
All I said was that everything has spiritual ramifications and spiritual influences are usually involved in every mental illness. But anyway.
I'm saying that psychoanalysis has been largely dismissed because of
it's been disposed of.
because of the failure to.
It was too mean to people.
For all the people
It was too
who
mean.
taught it, who retaught it, and redefined it.
And failed to make it not mean because they thought mean equals true. That's what it was. That was the very first axiom of psychoanalysis: mean equals true. And they even today they've not moved on from that, even though Freud did in the 20s. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it really is. It's kind of like a microcosm of what happened with the internet. How there was what do you call it? Hot takes or harsh takes before there were edgelords. You know what I mean? It's like edgelords grappled onto the idea of the effect of having a hard take rather than actually having a truly hard take that's true. It was hard because it was true. People who don't value truth appreciate the wrong thing about a thing being true. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's
a fascinating way to put it. I like that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What I like about being true is when you're right and you can shove somebody's face up my ass.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
I like how I like being an edgelord and making people offended.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and
it's I like my country because I love my country because I fucking hate beeps. That kind of attitude. And it's just because I'm conservative, but that's a total fucking embarrassment to me. Is people who are people who are truly hateful instead of loving in their fucking in their truth nukes or whatever. Because I tell you truth nukes all the time, Jared, right? But you could say that. You could say those truth nukes that I mentioned earlier today that I could never mention right now on a broadcast in this current time. But I could say those in a hateful way. Would you agree?
Yeah.
But I didn't. I said them in a loving way.
So let me end this with a quote from Mark Passio.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "There's different forms of love, but the highest love is agape." Can you look that up? Look up agape.
I guess I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
That's not what agape means.
Divine love, right?
No, agape means love of truth.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
Agape. Maybe Mark Passio has this occulted definition or something.
Yeah, let me go to the origin here. Oh.
Let's go to 1828. I'm curious. Here. Good place to start with English. Okay, agape. No, not agape. Not agape. Agape. Among the primitive Christians, a love feast or feast of charity held before or after communion where contributions were made. For the poor, the feast was held at first without scandal, but afterwards.
Look up Greek word for love, truth.
I'm thinking of the four loves, because this is how I know about this. It's the book by C.S. Lewis, actually, and also from Greek philosophy. But yeah, okay, because what is it, Aristotle or Plato? Sets this out. Storage, familial love, I guess.
Philia is friend bond.
Philia is friend. Eros is romance. Agape. He says it's charity, which is unconditional God love or something. What did Mark Passio call it?
It's the love of truth.
Love of truth.
Love of truth is the highest love.
Jesus is the truth. He says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." And so I
truly caring and loving the truth.
I don't think. Wait. Let me finish. I don't think Jesus was being poetic. I think he was being literal when he said, "I am the truth." So like, to me, I guess I could agree with Mark Passio. He's saying
That's not what he's saying.
agape
He's
because
not
it is the love of God, and God is truth. So if he's saying it's the love of truth, I agree. God is truth. But anyway, what? Jesus is truth. He's not the truth. He is the truth.
You could argue that you can't have any of the other loves
I don't
without
know.
that first.
I'm
That
getting
it's all false unless you love truth first.
All right. Was there any? Did you want to do any more comments before we close out? I want to fucking play this song.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks for listening, guys. While we're still here, check the chat to see if anybody will actually fucking.
Wait, music.
Before you close, though, open up that YouTube tab. I don't know why you would close it.
Where is it? Where is it? It is. Oh, music. Music. Control F. Music. Okay. I can never remember the name of this song, Jared. I mean, I should remember by now. I always go to the stupid webpage to find it. Tour Dion. Okay. Let me see this shit. Reformation. Okay, so yeah, this one. It just doesn't have a recording of it on there. I wish, because I liked that one, that specific recording, but he doesn't have it. Whatever. Thank you for listening, guys, and hey, why don't you go ahead and throw us like $1,500, because that's like lowball what that shit was worth right there. Okay. Anyway, I hope you guys have a good one, and take care. Probably do a part 2 and part 3 and shit. So look forward to that. Please let us know if you like this. Please tell us what you think, and we will talk to you in a belittling way. So have a good night.
Next time.
Yeah.
We will talk to you in a belittling way next time.
Which one should I do? This one? No. This one. Yeah. Why not? All right. You've been listening to Mentally Illest Radio, and I'm your host, Sam, with my brother, Jared. We sincerely say have a good night and God bless. Alrighty. Bye.
Peace out.